tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh BAN PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator,
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is about to comment in a few moments. Before we start, let me announce some important information. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that for registration, all participants will have to present in the photo session at the beginning of this conference and complete the registration form at the end of the conference by filling in the Google form. Secondly, to help us recognize you easily, please put your name screen as in the register form. Please write down your full name for participant and write down your room and full name for presenter. Make sure you're active your video during the photo session at the beginning of today's conference. In addition, to ensure that the conference will run well, if not necessary, would please make sure that your microphone is off. For further information about how you can ask questions during the session will be shared by the moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference starts. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Our deepest gratitude and praises are for Allah, the Almighty, and the most merciful from the blessings. He has keeping us healthy during this year, so we can gather here today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Guidance and Counseling Department, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, let me very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to the International Virtual Conference on Second Annual International Conference Guidance and Counseling 2023, Reimagining Guidance and Counseling in the VUCA Era, Navigating Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity in the Field of Education. This conference is a response to the empower educators and learners to cope with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity in education. Before we process the conference today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to, first, the Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Bapak Insinyur Rafid Tinarto, MSI. Second, the Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Ibu Tutut Dewi Astuti, MSI, AKCTA. Third, the Honorable Attendant of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Bapak Nuryadi SPD SI MPD. Fourth, the Honorable Head of Guidance and Counseling Department, Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Bapak Luki Kurniawan MPD. Fifth, the Honorable all of the lecturer, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Sixth, the Honorable speakers, Bapak Profesor Dr. Sunario Kartadinata, MPD, International Ambassador of Republik Indonesia for Republik Uzbekistan and Republik Kyrgyzstan, Dato Dr. Abdul Halim bin Muhammad Hussein, the President Perkama from Malaysia, Professor David Evans, PhD, the Professor from University of Sydney, Florence Usova, PhD, from Texas Woman University. 7. The Honorable Olaf Presenter. 8. Distinguished guests, all the participants.
I am Aliana Fitriani.
I'm Angela Septaria. We will be the master of ceremony in this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at the agenda for today's conference opening ceremony. First, we shall begin with the Indonesian National Anthem Indonesia Raya. Secondly, the Vice Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta will be delivering his opening speech afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our conference, please be silent and bow our head for a moment to say a prayer. Let's say our prayer, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would please prepare for the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, now may we invite the Vice Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta for the opening speech, and at the end of which we would also like to kindly request the Vice Rector to officially open the International Virtual Conference on the second annual International Conference Guidance and Counseling 2023, Reimagining Guidance and Counseling in the VUCA Era, Navigating Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity in the Field of Education. Excellency, Bapak Insinyur Wafid Dinarto, MSI, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we are all healthy and happy. Excellencies, the Honorable Dean, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Mr. Nuryati, the Honorable Vice Dean, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Mr. Hari, the Honorable Guidance and Counseling Department, Mr. Luki Kurniawan, and Honorable Chairman Nur Solehah Dian Sabruti. Honorable speakers, Profesor Dr. Haji Sunaryo Kartadinata, MPD, Ambassador of the Republic of Uzbekistan and the Republic of Kyrgyzstan from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Honorable speakers, Florence Osuova, PhD, from Texas Women's University, USA. Honorable Prof. David Evans, PhD, from University of Sydney, Australia. And Honorable Datuk Dr. Abdul Halim bin Mohsen, from Presiden Perkama, Malaysia. Welcome you to this insightful conference, the second annual International Conference on Guidance and Counseling 2023, Reimagining Guidance and Counseling in the VUCA Era, Navigating Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity in the Field of Education. Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta is one of the biggest campus in Yogyakarta, which has led an education since 37 years ago. We dreamed that Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta will become an international excellence, quality, and useful university in 2029. Relates to this the goal. I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to organize and make success of this conference. We are also grateful to all the participants who have joined online today for this valuable event. Ladies and gentlemen, today this department are commemorating 9 years of guidance and counseling being part of study program in Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. As an integral part of education, guidance and counseling should be taking part in change and coping with VUCA era. Today, this department are commemorating 8 years of guidance and counseling being part of study program in Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. As an integral part of education, guidance and counseling should be parts of change and contribute to greater society. In the ever-evolving era of globalization, the change in personal, social, and professional lives have become increasingly complex. Guidance and counseling play a crucial role in assisting individuals and communities in navigating this challenge. Therefore, we are proud to invite professionals, academics, researchers, and practitioners in guidance and counseling from around the world to participate in the annual international conference with the theme Reimagining guidance and counseling in the FUCA area, navigating volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity in the field of education. The FUCA framework, which stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, has become increasingly relevant in today's rapidly changing world. The education sector is not immune to the impacts of FUCA, with educational institutions facing a multitude of challenges that demand a proactive and adaptive approach. In this context, guidance and counseling play a crucial role in equipping students with the necessary skills, support, and resilience to thrive in the face of FUCA. I believe that this conference will give insightful experience and contributes to the development of education and counseling practice. I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you for attending this conference. As a part of your academic journey. Thank you very much for ladies and gentlemen. And by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open the international conference with the theme Reimagining Guidance and Counseling in the FUCA era, navigating volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity in the field of education. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Insinyur Wafid Dinarto, MSc, that had opened today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take your photos. Please turn on your video and put your smile for a few seconds. Once again, please turn on your video. We will doing this for a few seconds as we have some screens. The photo session is on my count. 1, 2, 3, smile. Once more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Would you please wait for a few seconds? Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony of the International Virtual Conference on Second Annual International Conference, Reimagining Guidance and Counseling in the FUCA Era, Navigating Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity in the Field of Education.
We are now proceeding to the next item of today's agenda that will be led by Ms. Putri as the moderator. Before I invite her to take the floor, let me give a short introduction about Putri. Ms. Putri is a lecturer in the Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. She studied at Guidance and Counseling of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta for her bachelor and master. She was a student employment at the Department of Guidance and Counseling of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta And also, at the guidance and counseling services of the Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. She interested in research topics such as education, family and parenting, self-development issue, and also mental health issue. Miss Putri, the floor is yours from now. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta, Insinyur Wafid Dinarto MSI, the Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Mercubuana, Bu Tutut Dewi Astuti SEMSI, the Honorable Dean Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Bapak Nuryadi SPD SI MPD, the Honorable Head of the Guidance and Counseling Department of Universitas Mercubuana, Bapak Luki Kurniawan MPD, the Honorable Speakers, Profesor Dr. H. Sunario Kartadinata MPD, Mrs. Florence Oswafa PhD, Profesor David Evans PhD, and Dato Dr. Abdul Halim bin Muhammad Hussein, and all of the distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Putri Milenia. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for this annual international conference, Guidance and Counseling 2023, entitled Reimagining Guidance and Counseling in the Fuchsia Era, Navigating Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity in the Field of Education. As we know that we have many challenges in education in this digital era, making us trapped in the volatility and complexity of the present and uncertainty about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me tell you how this annual international conference will run. Firstly, the speaker will present the material for about 40 minutes. After that, there will be about 20 minutes question and answer. The participants can ask a question by writing it down in the chat box using Bahasa or English. If the participants using Bahasa, the moderator will help you to translate it to English. And after the question and answer session, the session will be continued with another 40 minutes presentation by the next speakers. And all sessions will end with a conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to enter the first topic, ethical and cultural considerations in multicultural counseling, with our distinguished speaker, Profesor Dr. H. Sunario Kartadinata MPD. He is the International Ambassador of Republik Indonesia for the Republic of Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, and also a professor of the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He was a rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia for 2 periods from 2005 till 2015. Profesor Sunario Kartadinata, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Peace be upon you. Distinguished guests or participants, it is a great pleasure to me to be here with you all in a very, very important conference. Thank you to the committee for inviting me to present the topic and to share ideas. However, I apologize for not being able to join online directly in right way due to time constraint. Without reducing the essence of my presentation, I would like to let you know that I will present my topic via this video. And by assuming that this participant of the conference almost Indonesian, I think it will be better if I speak in English and in Bahasa Indonesia. However, I prepare my slide in English. My presentation under the topic of ethical and cultural consideration in guiding diverse population. There are many questions behind the topic. I identified there are 4 main questions that we need to explore and discuss the answers to the questions. Ada 4 pertanyaan setidak-tidaknya yang perlu didiskusikan di balik topik tadi, dan kita perlu diskusikan jawaban-jawabannya. Dan keempat pertanyaan itu adalah persoalan makna etik dan kaitannya dengan persoalan-persoalan budaya. Yang kedua itu apa itu aspek-aspek etik dan aspek-aspek budaya yang harus dipertimbangkan dan untuk apa. Yang ketiga, bagaimana pertimbangan-pertimbangan etik dan kultural itu bisa dilembagakan dan dibangun menjadi sebuah tata kelola kelembagaan etik dan menjadi budaya. Dan yang keempat, prinsip-prinsip umum apa yang harus ada, yang harus melekat di dalam menerapkan prinsip-prinsip etik dan budaya di dalam keragaman. That all means question that we are going to explore and discuss the possible answer to the questions. Let me start with the first. The question is, what is ethics and how do ethics and culture relate to each other? In broader sense, ethics reflects on human being and their interaction with nature and with other human, on freedom, on responsibility, and on justice. Esensi etik ini pada dasarnya adalah interaksi manusia dengan alam dan manusia lain yang di dalamnya itu didasarkan kepada kemerdekaan, tanggung jawab, dan justice. These ethical standards are deeply rooted in culture issues and tradition, shaping societal perception of right and wrong. Persoalan etik, persoalan yang terkait dengan benar, salah, dengan adil dan tidak adil. Sehingga while ethics, lagi etik can vary greatly across different culture, di mana etik itu bisa berbeda di dalam ragam budaya, leading to a spectrum of moral judgment and behavior yang akan mengarahkan kepada persoalan-persoalan pertimbangan moral dan perilaku. Maka konsep cultural relativism, artinya relativisme budaya, akan memunculkan prinsip bahwa no single set of ethics is universally applicable. Tidak ada perangkat etik yang secara universal dapat diterapkan. Artinya dalam masing-masing budaya akan ada etik-etik tertentu yang bisa berbeda dengan budaya-budaya lain. However, namun demikian bahwa certain ethical principle, there are certain ethical principle, ada etik-etik prinsip tertentu as justice, human dignity, widely acknowledged across culture boundaries. So it is the basic definition or meaning of ethics and how ethics relates with culture. And from this point of view, we need to consider ethical and cultural aspect in providing students with guidance and counseling by considering ethical and cultural aspect. We go to the next point. The question is, what do we want to achieve with ethical and cultural consideration in guidance and counseling? Untuk apa sesungguhnya kita mempertimbangkan etik dan kultur dalam bimbingan dan konseling? From an ethical and cultural perspective, the nature of guidance and counseling is multifaceted, reflecting commitment to respect, integrity, and understanding within the context of an individual's background and beliefs. Ethically, guidance and counseling are grounded in principles that prioritize the well-being of the individual, ensuring that the rights to privacy, autonomy, and informed consent are upheld. Jadi dengan etik ini akan amat memperhatikan kesejahteraan klien, kesejahteraan konseling yang didasarkan pada prinsip-prinsip privasi, otonomi, dan batas-batas yang bisa dibicarakan dalam bimbingan dengan konseling. Jadi dengan demikian, ethical guidelines dictate, memberikan arahan that counselor must maintain confidentiality, avoid conflicts of interest, and provide services within the boundaries of their professional competence. So these ethical standards are designed to build trust, promote honesty, and foster a safe environment for a client to explore their thoughts and feelings. Jadi, by considering ethical and cultural aspect in guidance and counseling, we need to provide students with ethical guidance and counseling. Ethical guidance and counseling means that guidance and counseling is inclusive, equitable, and effective. I'd like to explain you the 3 characteristics of ethical guidance and counseling later on. Sorry. Here we have 6 core issues regarding ethical conduct and standards should be considered. In the realm of ethical conduct and standards, 6 core issues stand paramount: legal compliance, respect for diverse spiritual belief, cultural sensitivities, alignment with institutional mission, adherent to ethical codes, and obligation toward the student. This consideration, pertimbangan-pertimbangan ini akan membentuk the bedrock, landasan-landasan of policies and procedure across profession, dalam profesi apapun akan terbentuk, particularly in student service, providing a guiding framework that not only shape professional activities, but also safeguard against unethical conduct acquisition. Jadi dengan membangun landasan-landasan etik ini akan menghindarkan tindakan-tindakan yang tidak etis di dalam melayani siswa. So by prioritizing these ethical pillars, professionals ensure that their practice is not only legally compliant, but also culturally respectful and align with both the mission of their institution and the diverse needs of the student they serve. Inilah pentingnya mempertimbangkan etik dan persoalan budaya, karena itu akan di samping layanan profesional itu akan legal dan compliant terhadap kebutuhan konseling, tapi juga dijamin bahwa konselor, layanan bimbingan dan konseling akan memperhatikan dan respect terhadap persoalan-persoalan budaya konseling, dan itu akan menjadi sejalan dengan misi kelembagaan. Alright, we move to other slides. It is the 3 core issues should be considered in guidance and counseling, or in providing students with guidance and counseling services. And understanding cultural consideration is crucial for professional. Betapa penting mempertimbangkan faktor kultural bagi seorang profesional, as they must grasp the diverse lifestyle, behavior, and values that characterize the workplace and shape perspective on all facets of life and work. Penting karena ini akan menjadi sebuah cengkraman yang bisa konselor akan memahami ya persoalan-persoalan budaya individu. mengenal budaya individu, recognizing that cultural norm differ significantly by community and country. Professional are tasked with being acutely aware of local cultural context. Paham dan sadar akan konteks lokal. And this awareness is vital. Kesadaran ini penting. Because what is deemed acceptable in one region may be considered inappropriate or even taboo in another region, in another culture, in another society, necessitating a nuanced approach to cultural practice across various locales. Disinilah pentingnya kesadaran akan budaya, pertimbangan budaya ini, karena perbedaan-perbedaan dalam setiap budaya akan terjadi, sehingga apa yang benar atau dibenarkan positif di sebuah budaya itu bisa menjadi pantangan pada budaya lain. Okay, now we come to the next question, next issues regarding ethical and cultural issues that should be considered to provide students with ethical guidance and counseling. We have already mentioned that ethical guidance and counseling characterized by inclusiveness, equitable, and effectiveness. The question is, what are the ethical and cultural issues that should be considered to provide students with ethical and guidance counseling? Ethical guidance and counseling. Jadi pertimbangan etik dan kultural apa yang harus dibangun, yang harus disiapkan untuk menyiapkan bimbingan dan konseling yang etik bagi siswa atau bagi counseling. Nah, inclusiveness, inclusive guidance and counseling services are culturally aware, adapting communication to diverse student background and collaborating with local communities to respect various cultural nuances, including spiritual belief and intersectional identities. That's inclusive guidance and counseling. The second one is equitable guidance and counseling, means that it ensure all students, guidance and counseling ensure all students have equal access to support, with fair practices to eliminate bias and advocacy for those facing discrimination, while maintaining privacy with cultural sensitivity. Equitable berarti menjamin, memastikan semua konseli bisa akses terhadap pelayanan, bimbingan, dan konseling, dan dengan tetap memelihara privasi di dalam sensitivitas atau kepekaan kultural. Meanwhile, the effectiveness guidance and counseling involve continuous professional development. Jadi ini menyangkut pengembangan profesional dari seorang counselor di dalam kompetensi kultural. Di dalam kompetensi kultural. Dan tujuannya adalah to empower student in their educational pursuit. Jadi mengapa konselor harus meningkatkan kompetensi kultural? Supaya dia paham akan aspek-aspek kultural konseli dan memberikan pertimbangan-pertimbangan kultural di dalam mendorong dan memfasilitasi konseli mencapai tujuan dan cita-cita hidupnya. Pertanyaan berikut atau isu berikut terkait dengan apa yang harus dipertimbangkan di dalam membangun kerangka kerja etik kelembagaan. What should we consider in building an institutional ethical framework? The many items listed we have discussed can be classified into three main categories under domain integrated ethical framework within the institution. The three main categories or domain are institutional ethical standard, student right and advocacy, and professional responsibility and alignment. Institutional ethical standard form the bedrock of institutional ethical framework, mirroring its mission and guiding member conduct. Standar etik kelembagaan ini menjadi landasan, menjadi batu fondamen dari kerangka kerja etik kelembagaan, dan itu mencerminkan misi dari lembaga itu dan akan menjadi panduan bagi anggota, bagi orang-orang yang ada di dalamnya untuk bertindak dan berbuat. That's the first one. The second one, student right and advocacy, focuses on protecting student interests, ensuring fairness, and fostering an environment conducive to their success. Perkara hak dan advokasi siswa itu mengedepankan minat siswa, keadilan, dan memfasilitasi atau menumbuhkan lingkungan yang kondusif untuk memfasilitasi keberhasilan siswa. And the last domain is professional responsibilities and alignment, means that it requires staff to adhere or choose an institution whose ethical standard match their own, ensuring their action reflect both personal and institutional integrity. Jadi intinya di sini, seorang profesional, jelasnya dalam hal ini konselor, dia harus memahami etik-etik dan standar kelembagaan dan menyelaraskannya dengan kondisi-kondisi pribadinya sehingga ini dipastikan tindakan mereka itu merefleksikan integritas antara pribadi dengan lembaga. Well, the next issues is terkait dengan persoalan-persoalan bagaimana kesadaran etik ini harus dimiliki oleh seorang konselor dalam konteks sertifikasi. Apakah ada kaitan antara persoalan etik dengan sertifikasi seorang konselor? We have talked about institutionalized ethics, and now let's look at professional ethics that guide professional behavior. Jadi intinya certified professional counselor itu terkait dengan professional ethic, but he or she, they have to be aware about universal ethical codes, karena itu akan memberikan pengaruh juga atau akan ada keterkaitan dengan organization specific ethical codes. Jadi kalau di kita misalnya specific ethical code itu adalah kode etik Aicgc, maka kita sebagai konselor juga harus sadar akan kode-kode etik universal. Dan universal ethical codes itu akan menyangkut persoalan-persoalan bahwa seorang profesional, seorang counselor should be knowledgeable about ethical codes that are universally recognized and applicable across various organizations and profession. Jadi dia harus paham etik-etik umum yang sifatnya universal, yang bisa diterapkan kepada profesi apapun. And then after that, you are entering the organization specific ethical codes, mean that professional must also be aware. Dia harus sadar, must be also be aware of and adhere to ethical codes that are specific to the organization they are part of, which may have unique standard and principle. Dia harus sadar akan kode etik profesinya karena dia akan jadi bagian dari situ. Dan bagaimana kaitan dengan licensure, lisensi atau sertifikasi? Maka in the field, in professional, that require professional licensure or certification, such as health, psychological service, including counselor within educational settings, practitioner, counselor must follow the ethical standard and principles specific to their professional role. Artinya konselor yang sudah certified itu justru konselor yang harus sadar, paham, dan dia mengikuti standar-standar etik dan prinsip-prinsip yang spesifik yang ada pada atau di dalam memainkan peran-peran profesional mereka. Ini terkait dengan persoalan bagaimana tiga kunci pertimbangan etik yang sudah didiskusikan tadi, itu diinkorporasikan ke dalam lembaga dan membentuk sebuah tata kelola lembaga secara komprehensif. Jadi kita ingin membangun komprehensif ethical governance in, let's say, educational institution, encapsulates a holistic approach to upholding moral standard within the academic space. Jadi yang ingin kita bangun adalah tata kelola etik secara komprehensif, dan ini yang akan menjadi standar moral di dalam nuansa akademik. Nuansa akademik. Jadi artinya ini merupakan sebuah imperatif yang embedded, yang melekat. Imperative of embedding ethical, cultural consideration, and I put here digital technology into the fabric of educational practices, ensuring that diverse values and beliefs of the student body are respected and reflected. Dengan tetap ini harus memperhatikan nilai-nilai dan sistem keyakinan dari siswa, dari konseling yang kita layani. The important point is that such governance is not merely about rule enforcement, but about fostering an environment where ethical conduct is the foundation of all education in the endeavor, shaping a community that is ethically aware, culturally sensitive, and professionally accountable. Jadi ethical governance yang komprehensif ini bukanlah suasana untuk menanamkan dalam arti enforcement aturan, menanamkan atau menginjeksikan begitu ya, menginjeksikan aturan dari luar ke dalam pribadi-pribadi yang ada di lembaga itu, tapi yang harus dibangun adalah nuansa, yang harus dibangun adalah kultur, yang harus dibangun adalah komunitas yang di dalamnya tumbuh nilai-nilai etik dan sensitivitas budaya dan tindakan-tindakan profesional yang akuntabel. Itulah yang harus kita bangun di dalam comprehensive ethical governance, bukan menginjeksikan aturan, tetapi membangun kesadaran. Saya meletakkan di sini satu isu lain, yaitu digital technology. Digital technology karena sekarang kita berada pada nuansa digital technology, dan the issues of digital technology is extremely relevant in ethical and cultural consideration of guidance and counseling. However, with the integration of digital technology, several ethical and cultural considerations need to be taken into account. There are 4 domains to be considered: confidentiality and privacy, sebab dalam dunia digital ini akan sangat rawan pelanggaran-pelanggaran privacy karena data akan sangat mudah diakses. Second, cultural competence and sensitivity. So counseling service reach a diverse range of clients. It is crucial to recognize and respect cultural differences. And counselors should be aware and sensitive to cultural norms and values and using digital platform. Karena dengan digital platform justru konseling siswa akan lebih mudah berintegrasi dengan budaya-budaya lain, etik-etik lain yang berbeda. Yang ketiga, informed consent and boundaries. Batas-batas harus ditegaskan ketika kita to provide digital guidance and counseling services to the student, so it is important to establish clear boundaries and obtain informed consent for client. Harus ditegaskan batas-batas yang bisa dilakukan dalam bimbingan dan counseling, dan counselor should ensure that client understand the limitation, potential risk, and benefit. Sehingga konseling pun harus paham akan keterbatasan, akan risiko-risiko potensial, dan manfaat yang bisa diambil dari teknologi digital. Nah, oleh karena itu, seorang konselor harus mengembangkan kompetensi di dalam dunia digital, karena memang ini digital ini menjadi alat. So, by considering this ethical and cultural consideration in the integration of digital technology in guidance and counseling services, help maintain the integrity, effectiveness, and ethical practice of the profession. It ensures that guidance and counseling remain inclusive, equitable, effective, respectful of privacy, culturally sensitive, and focus on the individual well-being. Akhirnya adalah pada kesejahteraan. Dan kesejahteraan sesungguhnya adalah terletak pada hingga mana individu itu terjamin secara etik, terjamin otonominya, dan terjamin privasinya. Disitulah letak well-being yang sesungguhnya. There are some common principle should be considered, should be conducted by a professional counselor in providing a student with ethical guidance and counseling services. Ada beberapa prinsip umum yang bisa dilakukan dan perlu dilakukan oleh seorang counselor di dalam menyiapkan layanan bimbingan dan counseling etis bagi para siswanya, although each of these principles might have different meanings and from culture to culture, and from society to society. The guiding principle is professional, respectful, and ethical service to the student. Jadi ini berapa ini? Ada 7, ya, there are 7 common principle. Be respectful, respect the dignity, act to benefit the student, facilitate student learning, provide a safe environment, maintain the highest level of professional behavior, and do not cause harm. Terhindar dan tidak ada hal-hal yang bisa menimbulkan pelecehan. This is some common principle in ethical guidance counseling that the counselor should beware and to conduct in providing students with ethical guidance and counseling. And we come up with the conclusion. We can conclude that ethical consideration are essentially in any analysis of student services. Pertimbangan etik ini hal yang esensial di dalam analisis layanan siswa. And in order to maintain a model of appropriate behavior, action and direction, ethical standard should be developed and codified within any student services organization based on the institutional mission and culture. Sehingga untuk memelihara model-model perilaku yang appropriate, arah dan tindakan, maka standar etik itu harus dikembangkan dan dikodifikasikan. Dikodifikasikan artinya diselaraskan, dibangun dalam aturan-aturan, rule of conduct, within any student service, di dalam berbagai layanan siswa atau layanan individu, tetapi itu harus based on atau selaras dengan misi dan kultur lembaga. Artinya antara individu di satu sisi yang punya karakteristik, latar belakang etik dan budaya yang berbeda, dan misi serta budaya lembaga di satu sisi lain, ini yang harus diintegrasikan sehingga menjadi yang disebut tadi di depan itu adalah comprehensive ethical governance. Saya pikir itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. It is all of my presentation. Again, it is a great pleasure to me to be here with you all. And hopefully you can share ideas, experience, and come up with the fruitful conference, effective conference, and the important point that we have a significant result to develop and to provide student with ethical guidance and counseling, because counselor take ethical and cultural aspect into the consideration of guidance and counseling. Thank you. Have a nice conference and have a fruitful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard wonderful insights from our first speaker, and our first speakers emphasized that the professionals, the counselor, should be knowledgeable about ethical codes that are universally recognized and applicable across various organizations and professions. And also, the differences of cultural is inevitability, and the awareness about local context is the key in the process of guidance and counseling. Despite our first speaker couldn't attend this annual international conference today directly, hopefully all the participants and the presenters still gain many insights and will be able to apply them to our professional and personal lives as easily as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to the second topic. I hope you are all still on fire to learn many concepts and insights today. Our second topic and our second speaker, we're gonna talk about family counseling as a tool to cope with complexity in Fuchsia era with our outstanding speaker, Mrs. Florence Oswafa, PhD. She is a lecturer and professor at Texas Women's University. She finished her Master of Science in Counseling at University of North Texas, her Master of Arts at University of North Texas, and her PhD, Philosophical Doctor in Marriage and Family Therapy at Texas Women's University. And also, dissertation is about the lived experiences of Nigerian immigrant single parents in the United States. And also, she helping clients alleviate depression and anxiety symptoms, helping clients change negative distortive thought patterns, encouraging families to repair broken relationships. She expert at the family and marriage counseling. Mrs. Florence, please welcome. Hello, good morning,
Thank you
Flo.
so much.
Good morning, Flo.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think it's
You can hear me?
night there, right? Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear
it's
you.
not over here. Actually, so about right now is 11 minutes after 7 p.m.
Yeah. Thank you for coming this Aicgc. We
waiting
really
the whole day for
appreciate
this
it.
conference.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I realized that the internet happens, we switch computer. If anything happens, I'm cut off. I will indulge your patience. Please just wait a little bit. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
naturally,
Flo, you have about 40
Can
minutes
you hear me?
presentation. I think the connection is unstable there. Is your connection is okay?
It's not stable. I don't know why. Of a distance, probably where you guys are from.
Yeah, with differences of
Me,
signal, I think.
yes.
Okay, but anyway,
I
you
never
have
yet.
about
Yeah,
40 minutes
signal. Yeah.
presentation, and the time and room is yours now. You can present your material.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank you. Oswald, I thank you for giving me this time to talk to you. I've never been in Indonesia. I was talking with you guys means that I'm already there, you know. So today we're gonna be too fast. Can you guys hear me?
We couldn't hear
Okay.
you well because your network is low, I think. Still unstable.
It's unstable, right? So, but can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Hey, I hope
Okay.
this. Thank God I have the power so we can go through. Try and be slow. I'm a fast talker, but I'll try and be slow today so you guys can get everything I'm saying. Okay. And I think I might need to share my screen with you guys, right?
Yeah, you
I will
can
share
share
my
your
screen.
PowerPoints.
Okay. Okay.
All right, we can see it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a minute. Just give me a second. Yeah. All right. Thank you once more. So the topic for this evening I'm going to be talking to you about is on family counseling as a tool to complexity in the VUCA era. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay. Okay, good. You can hear. Good. Okay. So this is we're going to be talking about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. That's what VUCA era stands. Okay. So, all right. So as I was looking at this topic, I saw that, okay, what does it really mean? You know, when you're talking about VUCA, you know, so many people might not understand what it is. So we're talking about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. It's just telling you how much do you know about your situation, for instance, you know, how much do you know about yourself? How much do you know about what you're doing? Maybe if you're a student, business person, how much do you know? How can you predict your actions? You're doing something and you don't know why you're doing it, then there's a challenge right there. So what this is saying that if you cannot answer some of these questions, it shows that you have some challenge you need to deal with. So that's what this for vocabulary is all about, getting to know what you're doing. Okay, so it's a term that was come from the military, you know, from the United States War College in 1987, and has been adopted in various contexts, you know, so which means both business persons, students, leadership role managers, they've all also adopted the I said, it just kinds of challenges you to know exactly what you're doing at each point in time, okay? You have to be able to describe your situation. So this acronym was used after war because it represented a chaotic situation, a difficult era where people were facing challenges. So each time you hear the word VUCA, it's telling you, oh, okay, there's some challenges that needs to be dealt with. That's what this word stands for. Okay. So what exactly are we talking about? So what's the meaning of this Just keep this. Okay. So what is the meaning of the word volatility, for instance? It talks about the speed and magnitude with which things happen, okay? Suddenly, things just happen, unexpectedly, unprecedented. For instance, the COVID, we're all just having a good time, enjoying our lives, then suddenly, there was COVID. Okay, another example would be the war going on right now in Israel with the Palestinians. The mass war, right? You all know that we were all taken unawares. Nobody knew what's going to happen, you know. So volatility here means the unexpected happening without you knowing. And then when this happens, what do you do? Like what happening right now in Israel and Palestine, with their mass. Thousands of people have died. Thousands have been injured. You know, they didn't know it was how it was going to happen on the 7th of October. Suddenly this war happened, and now people are trained to different places. You know, there's so much confusion everywhere. There's challenges everywhere. So this is what we call volatility. You know, the way speed happening, water. You know. So the next one is now you. Like you is uncertainty. Now the war has happened. So what next? Nobody knows what's going to happen. So, you know, so how do you get prepared for something you don't know? So it's unpredictable, difficulty for people to understand, what do I do now? What's going to happen next? Nobody knows. I know from what I see, it's in stages, the volatility, then challenges begin to come, uncertainty of not knowing what to do, followed by the complexity of the situation that throws people into confusion, okay? You see at this war going on, many people have lost their lives, many have died, families have been separated, unemployment, just lack of safety in general, okay? That brings a lot of uncertainty to people. When that happens, it's bound to be complex because people don't know what to do. That brings complexity, which is the next slide now. You know, in families everywhere. So, but because it's so much, this complexity in VUCA era is so much, I'm not going to go all everywhere. I'm just going to talk about the family, how that affects the family when things like this happen. Complexity in itself is related to multitude of interconnectivity, you know, how one problem connects another. For instance, families now in Israel and in Palestine are all devastated, you know. So one problem for me, suppose you have a relation over there now, it's still going to affect you here. So in one way or the other, you are interconnected with your family, and the complexity of the situation might be very hard for you to demystify, like for you to understand, you know. So what do you do in a place like that? You have to restructure your resources, moving from place to place, you know. People run into safety. They're going to gather the little support they have, the resources they need to move from one point to another. And also this will lead to ambiguity. Now there's lack of direction. People don't know whether to go to the south or to the north, you know. Things like that happen also when you are thrown in a very complex situation. There could be a lot of confusion. You don't know where to go from there. Families who have lost their jobs, husbands, wives, children are all gone. Some are, I mean, it's a very chaotic and sad situation, okay? This can lead to a lot of ambiguity. Like when the COVID happened, people were surprised. They were totally devastated. People didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to take care of their family. They didn't know people were no longer staying together. You can't visit your friends, you know, until we had that intervention where vaccines were developed, okay? So in that point, when you are in a place of ambiguity, you have to understand the situation, what's cause and effect, what has caused this situation, and how can we make amends, okay? We saw in the COVID era, the vaccines now were developed, you know, were manufactured, so heal people or heal everyone who had that infection, okay? So that comes to testing of hypothesis, testing to see which one will work. We had some problem with some vaccine at that time, but now I think they've all been rectified. So you can see this this diagram, how the confusion goes, complexity, ambiguity here, you know. All right, so I've explained all of that now. Now, how does that affect the family? You know, how can family counseling be a tool that will help us or people to cope in times of complexity when you are faced with such a situation? Okay, we all know that the families are related. You know, looking at this one now, complexity in family therapy, the intricate web of relationship. That is the way we are. If anything happens to grandma here, everyone here will be affected. We are not connected one way or the other. If the child is sick, the family is also affected. So one situation can affect another, you know. So the aim of family counseling actually is to address situations. It's not only when you have like illnesses, it can be communication issues, it can be career, it can be finances, whatever it is. So what family counseling does is so people come for counseling to see how they can resolve issue. It could be relationship issue as well. You look at this family, maybe one person is having issue with another person, is going to like have a ripple effect on the family until they come to family counseling where it can be resolved. They can know how to get along. These are the complexity in life in general. What do we do? So family counseling is a tool that can actually help families to seek help, okay? So when you recognize that you have this issue of communication, maybe role expectations, there's quarrel, there's division in the house, people are separated, there's lack of understanding. What family counseling does is to help people to understand each other and to change the interactional patterns between family members so they could relate better. Okay, so we recognize this fact, then gets resolved one way or the other. Remember, what happens to one happens to another. All right, so that's what, same thing I'm telling you. So in a family, people define family differently. Most people would define family as nuclear family, husband, wife, and children, but it's much more than that. So a family can be defined as a number of people living together. They could be related by blood or by other associations. As long as their family live together, they have support system for one another. They can be considered family, okay? So it's a system, not one, the focus is not on just one person, but on everybody. You know, we function as a whole, as a part. You know, you're not by yourself, you are with other people. So it's as a whole system, and the sum of its parts, you're just a part of a whole. Okay. So now we cannot talk about complexity in a VUCA era without mentioning systemic perspective. Like I said, we have worked together. One thing affects another is going to affect every other person. So it's ripple effects are connected as family members. All right. So how now, if you have to be in counseling, what's the benefit? Why go at all? What should the counselor do or the therapist? You know. So one thing in this VUCA era is that the therapists, we have to know how to do the assessment. I know most of you here are students wanting to become counselors. So you've got to know how to do proper assessment when families come to you. Know what is wrong. You know, you have to give them, know what's causing the lack of connection in the family. Intervention should be tailored to what their problem is. Like, all families have problems. No family is exempted, you know. So one solution cannot fit all, you know. As people come with their individual differences, so also families with individual differences. So one theory of therapy does not fit every family, or fit one family. It does not one size fits all. People attend to people as counselors according to their needs. Recognize the complexity of the interrelatedness between family members. All right. So one thing, as I was preparing for this topic, I realized that if you're talking about complexity, there's a lot of issues going on. It could be mental health issues, substance abuse, it could be divorce, it could be whatever, child education or emotional mental health problems. So when people face these challenges, one thing I know that's been very helpful is the way families are able to adapt to a situation in the face of adversity. Some families, when they have problems, it's like, oh, we can't go through this. The way they adapt to it is what causes the healing, Like in the COVID time, people lost children, lost husbands, but how did they cope? How are they coping today? So as counselors, as family therapists, we're going to explore how are they coping, what has helped them in the past, So hence I said that in this conference, I need to present family resilience approach to you. This was developed by the WASH in 2016. How families are able to cope, okay? So this family resilience approach was formed over 3 decades of clinical and social science research, that's 3 decades ago. So this is to help counselors, to help families, that are going through distress, to reduce their stress and vulnerability in high-risk situations, like the war case, for instance. How do you help families after that war situation? Maybe if families are able to put themselves together, how do you help them overcome the trauma, the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder they must have experienced? How do you help them to heal as counselors? How do you empower them again to live normal lives? So this family research approach is from grounded systems theory. Like I said, it's complex, it's multidimensional. That is, it can be used differently in different occasions, And also one thing we must understand as therapists or counselors is that when you talk about complexity, it involves people, it involves social, cultural, it involves institutions like where you are, not just family members, okay? Interconnectedness can be friends, family, like I said, not just blood relations, okay? So this approach focuses on strengths, the strengths of the family. So when you are working with people who have been through trauma or been through a lot of losses, ambiguity, complexity, one thing you look out for is the strength. How are they coping? How are they able to live the next day? What is something, because when people go through adversity or when they go through stress, they feel that nothing good is going to happen anymore, but they can't see themselves, they can't see that they still have something left that they could hold on to. So you have to give them that hope as a therapist or as a family counselor. All right, so single model of healthy functioning, which means we can't kind of pathologize, that is, make one family believe they can survive. You can't make them see that, or see them as they're not capable of taking care of themselves. We must not see them as dysfunctional, because like I said, every family has one or two things going on. A particular family, because of their social economic status or whatever it is, they must have been through. So it's okay to treat everyone respectfully and respect their experiences. Okay, so your aim is to focus on how can these people function after they have been through all of this. How can you help them bounce back, which is resilience? How can you help the family bounce back to their normal way of functioning? Okay, some have experienced trauma, or most of them. Okay, so this approach believes that whether it's trauma or trouble relationship, whatever it is possible for families to heal again. It is possible for them to go back to their normal way of functioning if they can get the help that they need. So this approach has 9 key processes, okay, organized into 3 domains. So the first domain is the belief system. The second domain is organizational processes. And the third one is communication processes. It's not possible for me to talk about all of this in 45 minutes or 40 minutes. So we're just going to lay emphasis on one of them. So we're going on belief system. Our beliefs determines what we do in life, our actions, the way we respond to situations. It's all centered on our core beliefs, the way we were brought up, and the society in which we grew up. So belief system is actually very, very powerful. So we'll go back to that. We'll come back to all of that later. So now I've tried of breaking it down. So make meaning of adversity. So when this happens to people, like I just said, about COVID, about wars, about whatever is going on, how are the family, how are the members interpreting that situation? Okay, like I said, are we going to be able to come out of this? Normally, when such is happening, adversity, loss, whatever it is, So relational, do we see them as not being capable to survive? Okay. So some people think that I'm above pain. Like some people, when they lost somebody or lost a thing, they feel it doesn't matter, get over it. They are like, they feel that they are above being vulnerable, like they can handle, but such people might really just live in denial. So we don't see some people as being strong, others weak. No, people should be treated all equally, especially if they really want to deal with whatever is going on. So you have to try, you as a counselor now, work hard to normalize their distress. Find out contextually what is going on, what is happening, how can I be of help to these families? Find out from the families, do they have a sense of coherence? Are they working together? Do they discuss issues? Are they open-minded? Are they able to manage and cope with whatever they're going through, the adversities in their lives? Another thing you have to look out for is positive outlook. Are they hopeful? Do they have confidence in overcoming that challenge? How are you going to encourage them? Can you affirm their strength? Their potentials? Let them see that they still have something left. Do you see them as people who can take initiative? One more time. Also, one thing that we have known in therapy is that transcendence and spirituality helps. So some people having a kind of higher power they believe in, whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, or you're a pagan, that spirituality helps people to heal even faster. I'm sure we know that as Muslims and as Christians, that when you have that spiritual power, higher power, you believe, you lean on, it gives you a kind of sense of control, sense of self-confidence, of efficacy, to be able to bounce back from whatever trauma you're going through. So as a therapist and as a counselor, you need to look out for all these strengths in your clients or family members to transform them, because it's possible for them to change and have positive growth from adversity. All right, so I just kind of gave you a little picture of what is happening here, So in families, are we seeing some flexibility during counseling? Are they able to adapt to rapid changes? Because things are happening every day. Life will continue to change, How do they see themselves as family? How, even as students, we as professors teaching, how you see your students? You see that they can make it? Are you encouraging to them? Are you able to help these people build resilience? Resilience means to bounce back, So you begin to look at not just one part of the individual or one aspect of the family life. You're going to have to be looking at all-round holistic approach in healing the family. You look at their physical well-being. How are they coping? Are they taking care of themselves? Even as the students that you teach in school, are they well kept? Are they, well groomed when they come to class when you teach them? Kind of emotionally, how are they interpreting their lives and situations? Like I said, in this spiritual power, do they believe in any God? Or how are they doing mentally? How are they taking care of themselves? Are they be able to interact with people. How are they interpreting their lives? How are they thinking about what is going on about them? How are you able to challenge those negative thought processes that they come to you? So you look at resilience, you have optimism. Are they sure? Are they, so everything about resilience is bouncing back. I'm having that self-confidence that you're going to overcome whatever adversities or challenges that you might be going through. You have self-belief. There's any self-control, willingness to adapt. Are they able to solve problems? Do they have the resources to say, okay, I don't have a job now, so what do I do? Do they have the access to information or resources that can help them pull through this adversity? Because being in a VUCA era could really be complex and full of ambiguity, losses. Do they have social support? So one of the things I've always known that social support is so essential in any relationship or in life in general. So when families come to you, are they able to interact with other people outside their home, outside their community, or they just depend on themselves alone? They've got to reach out to the society, the community, to friends, to church or Muslim members, or all of that, so their brethren for help. So you have to look at this to encourage them. So we cannot talk about resilience without talking about ecological perspective. So ecological perspective by Bron Fenbronner talks about your environment in general. Sounds like everything I've been talking about your environment, your interaction with your outside world, both in and out, in your family and in your environment. So that's what this is all about, ecological by Bron Fenbronner. So we talked about the 3 or 4 systems here. We have the microsystems, the mesosystems, the microsystem, and how that affects the individual. Okay, all of these systems, we're going to talk about them in this slide. So that's what I have represented here. Okay, so this bioecological model of human development perspective. It talks about resilience being to trauma, who is facing some complex situations, in the VUCA era. And here is the individual, this is the immediate family, the school, the neighbors, and all those that he or she interacts with. And the next one is the mesosystem, this one here, which means the school, the home, and all the workplace, okay? So how is this individual interacting with these 2 systems? And how does that affect their development, okay? For instance, a child who is in school and has a parents who go for parents-teacher association, we should have a good relationship with the teacher and the child, because now the parents will get to know what the child does at school, and the teacher will also be able to relate to the parents. So there's a good relationship there. So whatever happens in this microsystem affects the mesosystem, how work relationship, the people you live with, do you have a good relationship with them? Are you that person who gets along or does not get along with others in your place of work? So the way we live our lives affects people. Also, these are what I should be finding out from family members when they come for therapy. How are they interacting with others? And the ecosystem talks about the workplace of the parents, of the individual. How is the workplace affecting your family, for instance? So a man or a woman who has lost his or her job, of course, affects the family. The children may not be able to be catered for. The wife or the spouse might not have enough to take care of the home. Job loss, complexity, ambiguity takes place. That could cause other issues in the family. Then the microsystem has to do with the laws of the land, cultural values, and how that affects your own value as an individual. So you see that everything is interconnectedness with one another. The way we relate depends on how we're going to be able to bounce back from complexities and adversities. So let's look at 1 or 2 case studies here. I'll have to read it out for you. Okay, let me see. All right. So like I talked about adversities, I talked about I wish I could have just made it to answer. Okay, the next one, we'll see how maybe you can answer one or two questions. I don't know. So this is a case study. This is a family, the Anderson family, composed of parents, David and Emily, and two teenagers, Sarah and Jake. They faced a series of challenges during the VUCA era. David, an entrepreneur, experienced the collapse of his business due to economic volatility, okay, sudden loss of job. Concurrently, his wife was also lost her job, you know, and that's has had emotional impact on him now. And the uncertainties, remember, we're talking about volatility, uncertainties will come in by complexity, and then ambiguity, which is loss in another degree, you know. So all of this will lead to stress in the environment. So let's see how we're able to solve this issue. So we can see, so how do we use VUCA in resolving this issue? Because that's the reason we are here this evening. How do we use VUCA to resolve some of these therapies of family counsel? So we can see that David, these are these challenges. Now David's business has failed. This will lead to financial instability. It happens suddenly, loss of job, you know. Then emotional impact of the job loss on himself and the family is going to affect his self-esteem and overall functioning, okay? Then also educationally and social challenges for teens. Those children, two children, they're equally affected. They are stressed. Maybe parents can't provide for them. They don't have transportation to school. So the teenagers are also, the school has been, you know, having problem at school. This could lead to emotional problems or behavioral problems when parents cannot meet the needs of their children. Okay, so communication issues must have broken down between the husband and the wife too, because now there is lack in the family. People, they're not being able, they can't enjoy their company because there's a lack. People are not happy, you know. So in using the resilience approach, this is how you can actually resolve some of the issues when families come to you. You know, the therapist in this place employed systemic approach to understand the family, the context of VUCA challenges. So the focus was on identifying the patterns and developing strategic interventions. So this man lost his job. What's the next move? What's the plan? What do you plan to do next? Or what else can you do? You know, so people can, maybe somebody say manager at work can lose their job, and then they can say, they will say, okay, until I get a managerial job, I won't go to work. No, they're able to encourage them to find something else way to get what they want. So how you identify with the patterns, or this loss of job, something that happens all the time, we'll say no because we are using the VUCA challenges. It's something that happens suddenly, the implant, so unexpected. So the reactions will be different. So this also is a crisis situation, so it can lead to uncertainty. So you have to provide immediate crisis intervention to address emotional pain, you know, by talking to them, by, I say, encouraging them, helping them know that they still have some strength, you know. Losing one job is not the end of the world. They can find something else to do, you know. Or is he a student who thinks that, okay, I failed class, so that's, you know, that's the end of me. You got to find a way to help them demystify the uncertainty that they are facing at that time. You know? So as a therapist, you got to communicate this to them. What do you plan to do? Just have a workshop for them, or they express their concerns. They should be able to talk, the spouse, talk to each other and be able to take care of the children despite whatever is going on with them. So the resilience building techniques will also help you know how to help them integrate all of this in their search for job and to come back to normal functioning. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's look at the second family. So it's another Addison family composed of parents, David and Emily, and two teenagers face a series of challenges. Okay. Oh, sorry, this is the same one again. Maybe that's what the same one. Oh, okay. Just so this second one actually, it's not here. The second one was, let me see. Give me a minute. deleted it by error. Oh, okay, sorry, but I'll just have to skip down. Maybe I don't remember it all by heart now. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, this was a family who had issues with also the same job loss. Okay, I think he had just started a new job, and the family just moved from one city to another. So the wife took you and took some permission to go take care of the wife in the hospital. To that a week or so. So because he had not, it's not a job he was on probation, in fact. So he's not even spent 3 months yet. So because of that, they didn't give enough payoff for that job or enough leave or PTO. So they laid him off again from where he's coming from. And then now the family was in crisis. Another job loss here, they can't keep the family together. Yeah. All right. So what we did here was to find out how can you help this family. So therapists here, again, look for their strengths. Check out the challenges they were facing, and identify what is existing in the family, the bonds between them. Is there communication? Why this is going on? And they will overcome the difficulties. Can they discuss? The family, can they discuss? Is there hope that this will change again? Okay. So you help them see if they can reframe their challenges as an opportunity. Well, this happened to, we can also find that job. We can't stay in one place. We have to move on. So work with the family to refrain from their current challenges, or emphasize resilience in the face of adversity. Let them see crisis as a catalyst for change and not the end of the world. Okay. Help them to connect with their neighbors. Help them to facilitate the family's connection with outside resources, including financial counseling and job search. You can also help their applications, encourage them to see how they can go to this level. Okay. So I'm saying right now, as counselors or therapists to be, we know that the role of guidance and counseling is evolving on a daily basis. So also, what are you going to be looking out for as you begin to counsel? As you begin to produce the next generation of counselors? Because now, these are the therapists who are going to go out there to talk to people. So these are the therapists who are going to go out there to help families who have faced trauma, some adversities or complexities of life, maybe illnesses, disabilities, whatever. So what are we going to be looking out for here in helping the next generation of counselors? Okay. So the evidence-based practices are not the best here, okay, to use. So when you are working with these families, you're going to find out what's the research saying about the recent findings in therapy. What are the therapeutic interventions you can use for a family who is being trauma, family who is going through mental issues, or somebody who is having a divorce? You're going to find out. So, as counselors, I know you are aware that the cognitive behavioral therapy is one evidence-based therapy that helps to challenge negative thought processes. Emotionally based one talks about emotions between husband and wife. These are evidence-based. Narrative and solution focused. Narrative is essentially good, probably for immigrants and those who have been facing trauma, recent trauma, because through narrative their story helps them to heal. As people go to narrate their stories, they're going to bring their past to the present to help them plan for the future. So narrative therapy is very helpful in just like this. Of course, solution focused, nobody wants to remain having, so we can go ahead and use what is the preferred outcome? What are they wishing to have? Well, how would their life be different when they leave that therapy session? So things you have to do. And we encourage also therapists to review recent literatures to find out what's out there. So one of the ways to become a successful therapist is to always read or look at recent research practices to help you advance. Make sure you are using evidence-based approaches. Okay. So also, as we evolve as family therapists or counselors, we encourage professors to address not just the academic issue of students, but also look at their holistic person, their mental health, their personal development, their families, You care enough to know what's going on with students in class. How are they doing well or not doing well, And career development issues too, So all of this we should take care of in the VUCA era because people are going through a lot. Remember, talking about complexities. Somebody who just lost a mother is a student and also is a parent. How young children is coming to school, Sometimes most of them are not able to turn in their assignments. They have other issues going on. How are you catering for this group of people, Again, we're going to mention volatility again, suddenness, the unprecedented issues that we don't plan for that just happen, In as much as we don't plan for them, we encourage students to have that resilience, bounce back, to be able to cope with this. That is just know it can happen anytime, So how do I attend to such losses? I have to help to build resilience in students. Okay, we emphasize future readiness too. How are they preparing for the future? How are they preparing for what things that's going to happen? I just say that help students to develop critical thinking skills and analytical skills. Then in managing complexity also, let's think about think system in education, understanding interconnectedness between students' life and the school, with the professor, with family, all of this together. We have to also know that collaborative effort is very essential. Working with educators, working with parents, working with the community as well, because a school is not an island. You work with people, cooperative efforts, in order to be able to come up with solutions to deal with the complexities. Okay, so also look at leveraging technology. Of course, we all know that nowadays, this world is a technological world we are right now. We can't really do nothing if you're not on the social media. So you have how every student to use the tools they have, like all of us, we already know therapy now. We want to wait until the families come to face-to-face or maybe in person. Online, it's all there. You have telehealth, you have better help, tribes work, all of this, where video conferencing, where family can be seen. So you encourage families that are going through trauma, some complex issues, to attend therapy. Most people don't attend therapy, either because of money or they just don't believe in it, or some feel that they cannot go there and tell their business to people. So whatever you can, even as professors and as students who are learning to become therapists or counselors, you need to be able to encourage people to attend therapy. Yeah. Yeah. Hello?
It's okay. You can continue.
Also, we have talked about communication. We have mobile. So there's some I found on families, actually, just a few of them, there's one called apps for communication and support called AMA, Stronger Family Bonds. This is an app that can actually help you connect with your family members. So you can also use this with your family members who you have seen, they can talk, chat, and all of that. You also have the education partner program, CodeSpark Academic Kids Coding, helps kids in coding and solving problems, just like life problems. I find that very useful. And you have parents, maybe who are divorcing or who are co-parenting, the co-parent app now, so you have to leverage technology. And you have the autism child, lots of them actually that you can use. If you go to Google search, you're looking for something, just type it on that. I'll show you. So how we driven decision making using analytics to tailor approaches to individual students' needs. How we are using data that we're having. Are you able to, after maybe 6 months of therapy, to find out if your clients are getting what they need from you? You're able to do some kind of analysis, the data to find out, when I met you about 3 months ago, this was your goal. Are we achieving there? Where are we? Where am I with you? So that if nothing is happening, you can go back and restructure your goals and know where you guys are meeting, okay? Then you have artificial therapeutic tools. This one, artificial intelligence, your softwares, your programs that you use wherever to connect with individuals. So nobody can say they cannot come to therapy now. You have all the apps and everything over here that people can use. Understanding diversity, you know, that as a therapist, you have to be culturally sensitive. You know, no two cultures are the same. We have to be mindful and be sensitive to our clients, your culture. You got to ask them, why is this your culture? How do you do this? You know, I can't understand you. Can you please explain to me? You know, like, when I started therapy at first, I thought people would not want to talk to me. I was wondering. So I tell them, I say, well, if you don't understand me, like I was telling you guys to now, so that you guys can hear me, you know. So I let them know if I'm too slow, please call me back, you know, let me know I'm going too fast. So cultural sensitivity is so essential as a counselor at this time, as a family counselor therapist. You encourage also to have a long life learning. Are they attending conferences? You know, are you attending workshops? Are you presenting one thing or the other? Are you able to, you know, just professional growth in general? You know, are you attending your CEUs a year? Are you going to seminars? How are you improving yourself as a therapist that will help families to overcome the complexity of the VUCA era? And all of this, I hope to make a little bit of impact to you tonight. Thank you so much for allowing me. Thank you. I'll stop there and wait for your questions. Thank
Okay,
you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. What a wonderful insights from you, Flo. Before we are going to the question and answer session, I want to say to all the participants, you can turn on the cameras so that we can see your shining face today. Okay. I think, Flo, there is one question on the chat box from Hibatilah Yoja. Okay, from Universitas Mercubuana Yogyakarta. He said that you said family is a place to cope with complexity. How if there is war on a child with broken family survive in this complexity era? What can they do? It's her question.
You are breaking out. Can you say it again? Yeah.
Okay. You said that family is a place to cope with complexity, right? Yeah. Okay. How if there is war on a child with broken family to survive in this complexity era? What can they do?
A child and the
Okay. How if there was a child with broken family to survive in this complexity era? So there is a child with broken family.
Okay, yeah. So the question doesn't have enough information. However, like we saw on the TV, the child that lost the family, right? In this war that we're talking about now, and the government of United States has to, you know, a few days ago, to receive treatment. They lost the parents, right? So a child by themselves might not be able to. Family counselors, there has to be a way that can reach out to this child. They might not know, they can't know what to do. So we're assuming that they will have people around there that will be able to take like support system. If the child has no family, maybe neighbors, maybe the police, you know, can be able to handle those issues. And if it's reported, because the child will not know what to do. That's why we have neighbors. That's why we have people have support system, maybe family members, maybe church members. That's why we're here, to help such people, philanthropic groups, the police and all of that will have to handle that issue. The child does not know what to do. That's your question.
Okay, all right. So the child with broken family can going to the therapist, going to the neighbor. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the child cannot help herself. Broken family, yeah. If family has family member, it depends on the age of the child again, how old, you know. If it's a little kid, they can't help themselves. unless they know what to do. It depends on how old they are. As I say, you don't have enough information for this question.
Okay.
A child is
Okay.
a child, so we're expecting that neighbors, family members, supposed maybe church members, will be able to take up that child and see what they can do. It's like how the CPS, that the CPS is there, the police is there, the government is there, philanthropists, all the people that will take up. We just pray that the child is found, that is not left alone,
All
like
right.
the
All
one that
right.
was
Okay. Okay. Okay.
the one that
Thank
was
you.
found and had some rescue recently.
Okay. That's the answer for the first question. We're gonna move to the second question, Flo. There's a question from Amindia Indi. What is your opinion? Nowadays, some parents become busy at work. How to build great bonding with the child so we can strengthen child resilience in this this VUCA era? How to build a strength resilience, child resilient, because the parents nowadays are busy at work.
Say it again, because I didn't hear the first part.
You can hear me?
I heard the last part. The parents are busy at
Yeah.
work.
Busy.
What do you say for them?
Okay. Some parents become busy at work nowadays. How to build great bonding between parents and the child so we can strengthen the child resilient in the VUCA era.
Okay. So, like I said, we need more information, but let me tell you something. Children look up to their parents. If a parent is resilient, they will follow.
Yeah.
Like we said, children, that's why they are children. You're supposed to be
Modeling,
the guardian.
right?
Yeah. Yes, your model exactly. So if you see, if the parents are resilient, they transfer that to the child from their interactions and what you tell the child, and helping the child to understand the situation is going. Age of the child, you have to know how to put them into words. When I give you, for instance, some cultures, for instance, when people die, or maybe adults or parents die, instead of telling the child, I will explain to the child what happened, they will tell you, child, oh, mommy has gone to sleep.
Yeah.
They're not saying the right thing. The child might think he's going to wake up. No, why don't you find in a way that you can explain to that child, see what is happening, so they can begin to, just as adults mourn. People think that children don't mourn. Children even more than adults. Children feel more pain than adults, but sometimes they are neglected, So in that case, let the child, according to their developmental age, find how and when to talk to them in a way that they can understand what is actually happening, so they can really be in the picture instead of deceiving them. Because when they get to know that, it's going to be more painful for them to overcome, So it's got to. So the mother is what the parents do. The children look up to them. As we say, even when you are pregnant, when the mother is sad, it affects the child, even in the womb. Yeah, they hear all these signs. So the child looks at you, feel. They might not say, even you see little children. I don't know if you've noticed, maybe a husband and wife, and there's a little baby there. The child crying. How did I know that the parents are fighting? So they know these things. So it's what parents do that the child is going to emulate.
Okay. So the first step for the parents is showing the example to how to be resilient for the kids. So the kids would gonna model their parents.
If the parent is not giving up hopes, not able to bounce back and say, you know what, this is not going to be the end of my life. I have other things to do. I can do this. Having that I can do attitude in life goes a long way.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Flo. We'll move to the next question from Reviana Azizu. The question is, how do we educate the young family or parents to not easily give their kids gadget? Because gadget gives us much negative impacts than a positive one. It raises the kids to be a vulnerable individual. So how do we educate the family, the young parents in this era?
Yeah, first of all, parents have to know the reason why you're giving your children gadgets. You know,
Yeah.
will not the implication. Yeah, if you say maybe use of giving the child, probably for the child to call an emergency, yes, that's fine. So what that means, sometimes giving your children gadgets is not wrong. It's how much you're monitoring the child. You have what you have parental control. Some of the on the gadgets, their parental control. You having time to spend with that child to know what they are doing. Because if you are close to your child, they will always let you know what they are doing. Because all these problems with children, I just said interconnectedness. How are you having, what kind of connection do you have with your child? Are you explaining to them the reason why they should not visit some certain, websites, for instance, or you tell them everything is about education. You tell them ahead of time, I'm giving you this gadget, but this is what's going to happen. I trust you that you won't go there. Let the child know that you trust him, that they will be of good, I'll say behavior, or they will know why they should not go to such sites, So help them to understand, even before you give the gadget. You can come to an agreement, negotiate with your child. You can just do the best you can. I know sometimes children will still do what they want to do, but if you have a connection with your child, it will be easier for you to discuss these issues and for them to know that, because they want to keep your love, your relationship with them, they will most of the time want to obey you or respect what you've just to them, to lose your connection, your affection with them. So they will respect that, my mom or my dad, I shouldn't do this, and I don't want to do it. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt him, So it's the way you are connecting with that child, you are supervised. I know the reason why you're telling them not to do something. Don't say, don't go there, and you don't say anything. You don't know the reason. If you say they don't go, that's where they're going to go. Or don't do this. So I need you to, do this. Do not. Don't use the negative terms when you're talking to them. But be positive. That's what we're saying. No negative instructions like, hey, don't touch that thing. You see children, I just keep giving you an example. When they're young, yeah, and you say, hey, don't go there, don't go there. That child will be curious. That's where they want to go. So use positive terms when you're talking to your children. I need you to do this because of this reason. Explain to them the reason why they shouldn't go to such sites. That's going to help them.
Okay. So instead of using do not terms, we better
Did I
to
answer your
use
question?
do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Flo. I think there is a next question
Yes,
from
use
Mr.
it.
Luki. Please, Mr. Luki, to open the microphone.
Okay. Thank you. I am Luki Kurniawan from Kegiatan and Konseling Department, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. Thank you for your presentation. It was a great sharing and insightful. Recently, in Indonesia, many families face some various issue of child care due to the full parent working hours. Usually from morning to evening. One of the issues is that many children are seemingly neglected. As a result, they end up having deviant behavior. So, I would like to you your view on how can a family counselor help in assisting the problem. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Luki.
I didn't hear. Can you please repeat it? I didn't hear the question at all. The network is bad, actually. I'm just straining my ears.
Okay. Yeah, in Indonesia, recently there are so many parents, many working parents that are working start from the 7 p.m. until the 7 a.m. until the 7 p.m. So the kids, their kids neglected by the parents. So
Mhm.
what's your perspective as a professional to assist the result of working parents neglected their kids?
How can what? How can what? How
How
can
can you assist this problem? How you
what?
can address this problem?
Okay. So parents are okay. Let me make sure I got it right. So parents who are working from like 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening, right? Is that what you're saying? Parents
Right.
are overworking. Is that what you're saying? They are working the whole day
Yeah,
and they are
yeah,
not
yeah.
supervising the children.
Yeah, yeah. They're neglected the
Okay.
children.
First and foremost, neglecting the children. You see the word neglect, but that's actually an abuse. Not be able to supervise your child is an abuse. And just neglect, that's the word. It's an abuse to neglect a child because there's something they call critical period, in a child's life. If a child does not get the attention they need at that time, it might be too late. So if a child is between ages 5 to 7, if you as a parent cannot talk to your child and they do what you want or obey you, then you've lost that child. So parents who are working these jobs, they know their priorities. What's most important to them? Is it the job or the child? See, so they have to make a choice. Some people say my child has behavioral issues, my does this, has done that. It's because you don't have time for the child. They don't have time for that child. Yes, it's priorities. What are you choosing? What are your choices you are making? I know people need money, but there's some kind of jobs you can do in such a way that when your child is home, you are home. If somebody is single without a child is working from 7 to 9, it's understandable. But somebody who has a little child working from 7 to 8 in the evening has just chosen that you just said, I just abuse the child. That's neglect right there. Except maybe they have somebody who care why they are not there. But if there's nobody, that child will end up, sometimes they're not too lucky, having some behavioral issues. There's no advantage in neglecting one's child. So that's the choice they are making.
Okay.
So you say, how can I solve the problem? Yes. I will talk to, if I have a client like that, I will let them tell me what their choices are. I mean, what's the plan they have for that child? Because you must have a plan for your child. Able to know what the child needs and meet their need at that time, or else you lose them to society and to other behavioral issues. The mother and father have to make up their mind what they want. After all, the child is not going to be a child forever. There's time for everything, really. Developmental issues, by age 18 or thereabout, you will be grown. Then you can do whatever you want, but between that age, when they are still small, that's when they need you most. If you have grown, you're never present, it's so hard to rebuild the relationship. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Okay. So if the parents do not want to neglected the child, the parents must to make a choice to left
It's their choice.
their working. Okay.
It's a choice they are making. Yeah, they're making a choice.
To left their work?
Yes, they are choosing to neglect the child. Because they can also make arrangements. You can have babysitters. I don't know if you do that. You can also have babysitters if it's possible. A reliable one. Remember, most children face abuse when they are young. They cannot tell the parents when they come home. So it depends. So you have a reliable support system when you are not there? Do you have a grandmother or a father or somebody you can leave the child? But if you don't have nobody, when you say neglect, it means the child is left by themselves all day. That's not that's an abuse, to be frank with you. Yes.
Abuse to the kids. Okay. Thank you, Flo. Is there any response from Mr. Lucky?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Flo, there is one more question
Okay.
from Sana. Okay, sometimes parents cannot be role model for their kids. What's your opinion about that?
Hold on. Parents cannot be what?
Okay, oftenly parents cannot be a role model for their kids. So, what's your opinion about that?
Cannot be what? Role model?
Parents cannot be a role model for their kids. So,
They cannot
what's
be. They cannot.
Mhm.
They
Role
cannot be role
model?
model for their kids. That way.
Yeah, yeah.
Role model,
So,
right?
what's your opinion about that?
Like I say it again, parents know what they want. Yes. Like I said, it's not what you say the child looks like, it's what you do. The child does not look at what you're saying because they see down there when you say, okay, I don't need you to smoke, but you're smoking. The child is going to ask you, but you're smoking. They ask me not to smoke. Can you explain that? So again, it's a question of what they are choosing to do. It's what they are choosing, and what's the outcome you're waiting for your child? Some children, like some people, get over that. Some children come from very, like a background where nobody really cares for the neglected, like you said, neglected background they do, but they still come over it when they are grown. But children will do what they see you do. You might think they're not watching you. There are times I've gone to you and I've seen little kids like 6 months or 4 or 1 to 2 years taking their parents' phone and behaving exactly as the parents do when they make phone calls. I don't know if you guys have seen that. There are still some children, they take on the way they talk to people, they do it. Somebody talk children do in school. It's what they have seen their parents, what they've said at home, what they've heard. Every behavior is foundational from the parent. So if a parent cannot be a model to their child, what do they want out of life? What do they want from that child? After all, the parent brought the child to this world. Who else will take care of your child if not you?
Yeah.
See, yes, there's time for everything. Children will not be children forever. I keep saying that. Yeah. So
the parents,
you can't force it, man. Yeah.
So the parents should
It's a choice.
aware of that situation. Awareness, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Flo, for your explanation and also for the answers. I think, yeah. Is there anything you would like to say to participants before we closing this session?
Sorry?
Is there anything you would like to say to the participants as a maybe closing statement from you?
Okay.
Okay,
well,
please.
I just want to give you guys, thank you again for the opportunity to talk to you guys. Let me see. Thank you again for the opportunity to talk to you guys, and I hope that I've been able to be able to explain to you some reasons why we should help our parents to build our clients to build resilience in the face of adversity. Okay, you're able to know what to tell your client when they come to you, not for even yourself, not giving up, and also to let you know that your clients are looking at you as a therapist. They trust you, they believe in you. So just like we're talking about parents being role models for their children, you are a role model for your clients. Your client believe in you, So yeah, your client believe you. Let's not see them as people with problems that cannot be resolved. If your clients know that you have confidence in them, then they could heal faster. If you let them know that they can do it, having that I can do attitude or spirit, that no matter what, this is going to be done. I mean, you're going to come, I'll be there for you as a support system, to help you walk through the difficult times of complexity or adversity, that you will be there, not to hold their hands, even though they have to do the work. You encourage them. That's what we just said. Encourage them, teach them how. You have problem-solving skills, mindfulness, all of this. it can help them, overcome adversities by the way you treat them. Yeah, the way you build your therapeutic relationship with them will help them.
Okay.
So love what you do. You are a role model and you can do it for them.
Okay. Love what you do, and you're a role model. Thank you so much. Thank you for your outstanding insights, Florence. Maybe we
That's
can
all I have to say. And I hope thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
You're
Bye-bye. Yeah.
welcome.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the third topic about inclusive counseling strategies for students with special needs with our excellent speaker, Professor David Evans, PhD. Dr. Evans is a professor of special education in the Sydney School of Education and Social Work at the University of Sydney. He holds a bachelor degree from East California University, Master of Arts degree from Macquarie University, and a doctorate degree from the University of Oregon. He is the convener of the Special and Inclusive Education Designation in the school. The school delivers courses to more than 600 pre-service and postgraduate. His research interests in design of curriculum to meet the needs of students with special education needs and evidence-based practices in special education. He has a few book chapters. Some of them are Flexible, Relevant, and Accessible Curriculum, the role of the Universal Design for Learning Framework in 3 countries, conceptualizing inclusion within Indonesian context, Universal Design for Learning to support learning in Gunung Kidul, and so many more book chapters, journals, and also books. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the excellent speaker, Dr. Evans. Please welcome.
Terima kasih for the introduction.
Wow, okay, sama-sama, Dr. Evans. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. Bagus, I think the word is.
Yeah. Okay. Are you ready to share your thoughts to the participants, Doctor?
I am. Thank you very much.
Okay. The time is yours now.
Yeah. Terima kasih and selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
I'm hoping everybody is safe and that they are well. I have tried to use a transcribing service on my PowerPoint, so I'm hoping that that what I say is visible in Bahasa Indonesia as well.
Thank you so much.
Will there be? Do you need translation? Or is just all in English?
Please, just in English.
Okay. So thank you very much to the conference organizers for this invitation. It's wonderful to be back in a virtual sense in Yogyakarta. I looked up where the university was and realized that it's on the same road on which Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta is, as well as the university across the road, which I've forgotten the name. So I'm sensing that I have been past your university a number of times. Before I start, though, I would like to just recognise and pay respects to the elders and communities, past, present and emerging, of the lands that the University of Sydney's campuses stand. For thousands of years, they have shared and exchanged knowledges across innumerable generations for the benefit of all. And I pay respects to any Aboriginal or Indigenous people who might be in the audience today. The topic of counselling, guidance, and I noticed it's guidance and counselling, and then you've got students with special needs, and this notion of inclusive education raised a whole range of questions in my head. So it's a great topic. The other part of this, which I found very interesting, was this notion of the VUCA era. It's not a topic that I'm very aware of. So I am trying to include that as part of my presentation today.
Inclusive education for some people seems to be a new concept, but it has been around well and truly before the turn of the century. And some would argue that it goes back to around 1948 when the education as a human right was declared just after World War II. And this notion that education is a human right for all people is something that I think countries around the globe seem to overlook. It wasn't until the Salamanca Statement in 1994 that there was a very bright light shone on the notion of inclusive education, reinforcing this notion that all learners, all people have a right to an education, and in particular, young people, children and young people, have the right to an education. The Salamanca Statement was very much focused on students with special needs or special education needs. And I'm going to come back to the language bit a bit later. In 2006, the Convention on the Right of Persons with Disability was ratified, and I think Indonesia ratified it in about 2011. General Comment number 4 in 2016 was the 10th anniversary of the convention. And one of the things that I take from General Comment number 4 is that many countries, including Indonesia and Australia, were working towards the ideals of inclusive education. But as that comment number 4 indicated, persistent challenges continued to pose barriers to upholding the intent of inclusive education. And one of the issues around that was highlighted in General Comment number 4 was the failure to really define what was meant by inclusive education. In 2020, the Global Education Monitoring Report put out by UNESCO again focused light on inclusive education. Their report that was titled or subtitled All Means All reinforced this idea that inclusive education was about all children and youth accessing and participating in learning and education. These developments were all part of and I suppose attached to the Sustainability Development Goals in 2030 agenda. We're halfway to 2030 from when that was announced back in 2015. And there's a general belief that COVID, for example, has really impacted the ability of the globe to achieve the goals of the Sustainability Development Goals. But I want to put it there because education, goal number 4, is really, really important because it underpins all of the other 16 goals. And so education is vital for all countries, Indonesia and Australia, in achieving the right of all people to access and participate in education. So what is inclusive education? So a couple of statements here, aiming to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all and promoting lifelong learning. So it's not just about school, it's beyond school. And for those, and many of you in the audience are in the counselling area. So I'm envisaging some of the conversations that you're having with staff and you're having with students is about what they're going to do beyond schooling. How do they prepare for beyond schooling? And this notion that that education is a lifelong learning journey. The other part of this definition that I would really like to reinforce is this notion of a transformation in culture, policy, and practice in all formal and informal educational environments. Transformation in culture, policy, and practice. I, in preparing for today, see the role of the guidance and counselling person in a school as being really, really important as in underpinning this transformation in culture, policy, and practice. You want this to happen so we can accommodate the different requirements and identities of individual students, together with a commitment to remove the barriers that impede that possibility. And one of those barriers is how we design and how we construct our educational environments. And I want you to keep that in mind, because I'm going to come back and talk about that. And I see the role of the counsellor as being very, very key to trying to debunk some of the ideas that we have around disability. It involves strengthening the capacity of education systems. Again, I see the role of the counsellor as being very, very important in strengthening the capacity of an education system. It can be a classroom, it could be a school, it could be a region. And it's to reach out to all learners. And I emphasize the notion of all. Inclusive education is about all learners. Some other comments around inclusive education. A barrier to inclusion in education is the lack of belief that it is possible, and that is and desirable in some areas. For example, in my context here in Australia, we've just had a very substantial report handed down around persons with disabilities, abuse, neglect, exploitation of people with disabilities. And there are a number of people who firmly believe that people with disabilities, for example, that it may be undesirable, for example, to provide an education. Inclusive involves access to and progress in high quality. Access to, I would put participation in and progress in. That means learning in high quality formal classrooms, that sort of thing in the curriculum, informal, in the playground, before school, after school, without discrimination. So we're not making judgments about a person's ability, their gender, religion, whatever. We are seeing them as a person. And finally, all children should learn from the same flexible, relevant, accessible curriculum. And that's something that's very, very important to me and passionate, and something that I'm very, very passionate about. But again, I see your role as a counsellor. I see the role of the counsellor in the Indonesian context as being very, very important, not only in upholding that right to access curriculum, the same curriculum as students without disabilities, but also to ensure that students with disabilities and all students have access to, participation in, and progress in a quality education program. And that the removal of barriers, identifying barriers and removal of barriers, is something that we seek to address. To do this, I see it's really important that we have this continuum of inclusion, that we have a support structure within a school, within a region that supports all learners. And there will be some learners who the context is going to be particularly challenging, and they're going to need some additional support, identifying those students, identifying the supports they need, and providing targeted support in specific areas. It could be targeted support, it could be intensive support. Again, I see the role of the counsellor is really important as part of this, making sure they're part of an integrated support system, shared responsibility of staff, fostering that shared responsibility, and supporting teachers as they work with young people to implement and provide a quality, inclusive education. Some qualities of effective inclusive schools are listed there, and this is a slide that was I previously had used in a context in Indonesia, so there's some bahasa there for you. There are two main areas. One of them is around cultural and organizational qualities, and the other one is around quality of classroom instruction. In this cultural and organizational qualities, some key ideas which I think are highly relevant to this focus around the VUCA era. One of them is around a unified vision. If we have a unified vision, for example, the volatility, we can reduce that. If we have collaboration, a unified vision, we're collaborating together towards a common goal, we're also debunking some of the uncertainty. We have a problem-solving organization. And I don't say problem in a bad way. I see the challenges that we face in an educational context posed by different barriers in the organization, and the strengths and the needs of our students require us to think on a regular basis about things in a slightly different way. Our students change every year. And I mean, when I say change, they change in the knowledge, their interests, their motivations, their standing, mental health standing, their own personal identity. We also get new students coming into the system. So not only do students change over time, but we get a new group of students who are going to move through a schooling structure and out the other side. So we're continually having to reinvent and problem solve as an organization about how do we best meet the needs of our learners. And to be able to do that, we need to have good database decision making to be able to make efficient and flexible use of our resources. On the other side of this, we want to make sure that we have a learning environment for our staff and for our teachers and our counselors and guidance people that is learner-centered in terms of their professional development. How do we support them to be inclusive? How do we support them to become really good problem-solving specialists in a school setting? So I have this vision for school for guidance and counselling in the Indonesian context, and I'm very aware that it differs slightly from other countries, for example Australia, but that you have a central role in working with students and you have a central role in working with staff. Really important. Okay, what do you notice about some of the things I've said? And I would argue that I probably said the word more than I meant to, and that is the definitions of inclusive education typically do not reference disability. Inclusive education is about all learners. And I know that I was asked to talk specifically about students with special needs, which I equate to disability, but I do want to just reinforce this idea. Inclusive education is very much about all learners. There will be some learners who will be challenged by the educational environment that they're in. And so I want to talk about this. But first of all, in Indonesia, people with disabilities still have poorer health outcomes, lower education achievements, higher rates of poverty, and reduced access to employment and economic participation. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but that's taken from that reference there. It's not a lot different to many other countries. Just let me make that comment. This report that was handed down here in Australia recently, and I mean recently in the last 4 to 6 weeks, it indicated that persons with disabilities typically had poorer health outcomes, lower education achievements, we know that, higher rates of poverty, and reduced access to employment and economic participation, reduced opportunity for quality of life, often heightened experiences of violence and neglect. This is something that is a global problem, but it is something that is apparent in the Indonesian context. Something that is a little bit different, though, that this report that I'm taking this data from, and I've heard this number repeated on most recently only a couple of weeks ago, that almost 70% of children with disabilities in Indonesia have no access to education, and children with disabilities only had a 66.8% chance of completing primary education. So when we talk about children and youth with disabilities, there in our schools, there are many who do not access education. I had the great opportunity a couple of weeks ago to be in Surabaya, working in a school that provides education for children, youth, and adults with complex educational needs, significant disabilities or impairments. And it was great to see the community in Surabaya providing that opportunity. And I know the same happens in Yogyakarta. So, like pretty well every other country in the world, the issue around education for people with disabilities continues to be challenging, and it's a persistent challenge that countries face. I know in Yogyakarta, for example, I know that there have been a number of quite specific initiatives around inclusive education. There were a range of schools that were designated inclusive schools. And while that had some desired effects, it also had some unfortunate effects. One of them being is that schools that were designated inclusive became like dumping grounds. They started to attract high proportion of students with disabilities. Great that they were offering education, not so great that there were a group of schools who felt that they could discriminate on the basis of disability. This particular photo here was taken from some work that a member of staff at Gajah Mada University, Elga Andriana, did as part of her doctoral studies. But one of the things here is that you can see that the students with disabilities, for example, were very concerned that their uniform was different on the basis that they were a person or a young person with disabilities. When I saw this, I took a breath and said, oh, that's unfortunate. But only the next week, there was exactly the same example here in Australia. So it's something that we see regularly. But in this case, the young person with a disability really felt quite ashamed by being singled out on the basis of disability. They wanted to be known as a person, as a child, as a student. They saw inclusive education in this case as being not the optimal place to be. So inclusive education, what are the impacts? First of all, we know that there are quite significant impacts for students, teachers, and community. A lot of people ask, and I was only talking to teachers again in Surabaya about 10 days ago, where some teachers said to me, but if students with disabilities are in the same classroom, for example, as students without disabilities, they will interrupt their learning. And one of the things that the research seems to show quite clearly at the moment, that is not the case. In fact, there is evidence to suggest that there might be greater learning outcomes. And some of those learning outcomes could well be some of the more informal learnings, acceptance and appreciation of diversity being one of them. Teachers are finding the education of more students with disability in classrooms as being very challenging. They don't feel prepared. They don't feel they have the skills and knowledge. And that's where I see a strong, inclusive educational community where we're supporting our teachers while supporting our students is really, really important. I see the role of a guidance and counselling person in a school as being really important as part of that, coming on board in terms of this inclusive education initiative. And the other one, and I know in Indonesia it's quite a significant dilemma, is this idea of community and educating our community around the benefits of inclusive education. And there's still quite a way to go for some communities in regards to this. Now, having said that, I'm also very aware that in some communities, there's a project we're doing in Sumatra at the moment where we're working with some quite isolated groups of communities, where the idea of inclusion and people with disability being accepted is part of life. That's what happens. And some of our Indigenous friends and in the Australian context, my Aboriginal friends have a lot to teach us about being inclusive. For example, there are more than 200 Aboriginal languages in Australia. The thing which I was unaware of until literally only in the last 6 months is that pretty well all of those languages have a signing version. There's the verbal component and there's the sign component. But what I find even more interesting is that everybody uses verbal and sign language in Aboriginal communities. And that inclusiveness of making sure that everybody can be understood, I find really, really important. And a great example of inclusiveness in those communities. So who are students with special needs? Students whose learning is impacted by disability and that results in schools experiencing difficulty in meeting their needs. I had to think about these words. So it's a student who may be impacted or is being impacted by disability, impacted by some form of impairment, right? But they also need to be a student where the school or the educational community experiences difficulty in meeting their needs. So I'm trying to remove the notion that there is something broken within the student. They have a particular set of makeup, they have a particular set of skills, they have a particular set of strengths, but those strengths and those skills and those interests and those motivations are such that they pose difficulty for the school or educational context to meet their needs. So it goes to a more of a social model of disability where the environment is disabling. The educational environment is disabling. When I talk with somebody who uses alternative communication, I need to change my ways and to come up with a way together where we're able to communicate and work together. For example, despite the number of times I've visited Indonesia, my Bahasa is not at all good. But I'm very fortunate. Many of you have English as a second language. I do not have a second language. I'm using a translation service that is now provided on PowerPoint. And I'm suspecting that some of you at the other end are maybe talking amongst each other to communicate and to translate what I might be saying. So my limitations, my supposed language impairment to some extent is being worked around by changing the environment. I have tried to change the environment by becoming aware that PowerPoint now provides a Bahasa transcription or translation component in terms of the title caps on this presentation. Disability includes students who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. So a person may have a physical, intellectual, or sensory impairment, but it's that interaction of strengths and skills with an environment and where the environment poses barriers that prevent them from engaging. You know, think of trying to, if you're using a wheelchair, for example, and trying to get into a building that only has steps, the environment is disabling you. It's not that you have a disability necessary, but the environment can be disabling. So students come to us with a set of strengths, motivations, and interests, a set of skills. Some of them have a variation in those skills and backgrounds and those interests that's such that our schooling environments find it difficult to cater for. So where does this bring us in terms of inclusive counselling? And in particular, where does it leave us in regards to this VUCA area? VUCA standing for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And this is my interpretation, and this is my thinking around this area. If we are able in an educational component, in an educational context, and for this sake, we'll call it a school, if we're able to establish a common ethos, a common vision around this notion of inclusive education, we get around some of the volatility that can be created when we don't have that common ethos. And I'm not saying you'll come up with a common ethos and it will be stationary and will not change. I'm convinced it will change. But if we do have this common ethos, which is flexibly designed, that is inclusive of all people, not only students, but staff, community, anybody, for myself, for example, visiting your school in Yogyakarta will be able to understand what that common ethos of inclusive education is. And by having this, we can always keep it in the back of our minds as we work towards meeting the needs of our students, our staff, and our community. I think it's really important that we know our learners and that we know our teachers and that we know our community. If we know them and we're able to share knowledge, share ideas, share expectations, it breaks down this idea of uncertainty. Through this collaboration and openness, we're able to provide a much more certain journey or pathway on which to travel. Again, I see counselling as being really important as part of this, helping to establish a vision, helping to know our learners, helping to inform our teachers, and assisting to work with our communities. Clarity in your processes of leadership and expertise helps get around some of the complexities that we see in an ever-changing environment. You know, if COVID has taught us something, it is that we can change our environments. We can move to work towards keeping everybody safe very, very, very quickly. And the pace of that change was incredibly quick in the COVID period. But it also posed dilemmas and barriers for people unclear of processes. They were unclear of their own expertise or where to find expertise. And people were really looking for leadership. And how do we develop that leadership that does not sit with just one person, but can be shared across a group of people? So having clarity in those processes in how do we support a young person who is experiencing difficulties in accessing, participating and learning in school? Counselling may provide that. Counsellors may provide support for students to what am I going to do beyond school? Or how do I address a real problem that I'm facing in terms of my identity or what I'm thinking or how I'm presenting myself? And being a problem-solving organization. And this problem-solving organization goes to the idea that we're not going to have a standard set of ways to solve a problem. We're going to embrace our challenges. We're going to embrace the barriers that we face or our students face or our community face and work together to resolve those barriers so that we can progress. And the resolution of those barriers and that problem solving that we go about is not about providing the same answer for the same result for everybody. It could be a different response to achieve an outcome that may look different and may be qualitatively different in a number of ways. So we need to be flexible in the way that we see what it means to address a barrier and to solve or to problem solve a particular dilemma that we're facing. And that needs to be shared through this common ethos about knowing our learners, our teachers, and our community, and being open about the processes and the leadership and the expertise that we have. We all have expertise. It's about making everybody aware of what it is. In the literature at the moment, and this is something that in the Australian context is becoming a phrase more and more. I know in the US context it's a very common thing, but there's multi-tiered systems of support. The MTSS is a educational community's approach to upholding the right to all learners to access, participate, and benefit from a quality, inclusive education. It involves tiered levels of support, both in the academic side and on the social side. It means working as a team. I see guidance and counselling as being a really important part of that teamwork, as part of parental action, as part of community and school collaborations, as part of providing professional learning and development for our teachers and our communities around quality, inclusive practice, and always keeping that notion of inclusivity in the conversation, pushing it to the forefront. Have we thought of everyone? Are we addressing the needs of all? Is the way that we're presenting something potentially removing or marginalizing somebody or a group of people? Using language, for example, using a term that people are not common with. That's just a small one. But it could be you set up a new process, but does it accidentally marginalize a group of people, marginalize a group of students or parents or members of the community? This multi-tiered systems of support is about providing support for all. For students with disability, whose disability impacts their capacity to engage in an educational environment, hey, there's going to be some heightened and increased activity around making sure that we remove those barriers so they can access and participate. But that can be for any student. That could be an ongoing event. It could be a temporary event. I break my leg. I need to make sure that I keep the leg relatively immobilized, but expecting me to climb flights of stairs is potentially going to impact my ability to access and participate. So we make changes. We bring things down to the ground floor. Very, very, very simple one. But we can think about those sorts of things. So in conclusion, I would like people to think about, as counsellors, as guidance people, the principles of inclusive education in all aspects of education. So when you're working with a student or working with a class or working with a teacher or working with a member of the community, being aware of their strengths, being aware of their abilities, but also being aware of what you do and how you explain something or how you communicate with somebody might have the potential to exclude somebody, to marginalize people. Checking understanding, making sure that we're upholding that common ethos. Guidance and counselling are a key part of inclusive education, essential part. You're part of a community, but you also have specialist skills and knowledge that you can bring to support teaching and teachers in your community, students, and the wider community. It is a skilled and resourceful set of competencies that I see as being essential to upholding the notion of quality, inclusive education. And at that, I'm going to say thank you. Terima kasih. And I've spelled terima kasih wrong, I think. And say hello to my little friend, the wombat.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Evans, for your excellent thoughts. Even though maybe you say that you have no second language, but your terima kasih is very good. Okay.
You're very generous.
Dr. Evans, is it possible for you to answer one question?
Sure.
The participants?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, there is one question on the chat box from Laurentius.
Laurentius.
Yeah. The question is, what measures can be taken to boost the self-esteem and confidence of the student with special needs? And is there opportunities for the student to engage in activities that align with their interests and abilities? So yeah, the point is how to boost the self-esteem and confidence people with special needs.
My immediate answer would be I don't see. I don't have my PowerPoint up. I don't see there being any great differences in an approach as you would use for a student without a disability. It's about knowing the student's strengths, communicating with them, treat them as people, not by a label, but as a person. hearing them, giving them a voice, and then work with them. Now, some people say, oh, but the communication is not very strong. And the communication is, it's my ability to communicate with them. So our communication skills are not strong. Work out other ways. Come up with alternative means of communication. Write it down. If you're working with a student who uses another form of communication other than voice, then you might need to learn how to communicate through that. But all of our learners have a right to have that conversation and to have that voice heard. And I believe once they feel as though that right is being observed, then I think you'll find self-esteem and self-concept are going to move with that.
Okay. So we have to treat them as an individual, as human, not by label.
Not by label. Please do not treat them by label.
So indirectly,
that's a hard one. That's a hard one to get across. I've just finished 12-week semester of teaching where I had, and I marked an assignment last night, and I had to, I failed.
If you fail, I think we're gonna fail too.
No. There are lots of people who did do well. So.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. I think for the last, do you want to say something to the participants before we end the session? Maybe closing statement.
My closing statement. So first of all, I do want to say again, terima kasih to, I think it was to Noor, who I've been communicating with. It's taken me a while to understand the role of the guidance and counsellor in the Indonesian context, because in the Australian context, it's very, very different. They're psychologists. I think it's a great role in schools, and you have the capacity, I believe, to influence many people's thinking around disability and difference and diversity. And I hope you're able to use that role and that position to quietly but purposefully promote the positive nature of all people within your community. So I challenge you to move forward in promoting the rights of all people to an education, in particular people with disabilities.
Okay, terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Putri.
See you on the next agenda, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Next time I'm in Jogja, I will come and knock on the door. Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully we can meet. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the wonderful insight from Dr. Evans, Professor David Evans, PhD, about inclusive counseling. So, without further ado, we are going to move to the last topic about building resilience through crisis counseling with our honorable speaker, Dr. Abdul Halim bin Muhammad Husin. He is the president of Persatuan Counseling Malaysia, or Perkama. He finished his bachelor at Universitas Putra Malaysia, his Master of Arts at Indiana University, and his philosophical doctor at UITM. His few journals are Defense Mechanism Styles of Relapsing Addicts in Malaysia Context, A New Discovery, the relationship between the defense mechanism and coping skills among recovery addicts, relationship between counselor competency, self-efficacy and readiness to change among inmates and treatment and rehabilitation centers in Malaysia, and many more journals and books that he had. Dr. Abdul Halim bin Muhammad Husin, please welcome.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for having me in this second annual conference of what you are having today. I believe I have like half an hour to speak. Is that true?
You have 40 minutes presentation.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have given my slide to your technical
Mhm.
team over there. I think I need your
Okay.
help to move the slide for me.
Okay. Please, the committee share the material.
You have that? All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
You know, when we talk about counseling, we talk about crisis, and we talk about resiliency. Of course, there are many evidences and also episodes that some of you may have gone through. But nevertheless, I think what we have gone through is an example of life that you had. So in this 40 minutes, I'll be sharing with you three major areas: the crisis of VUCA, in the crisis in the VUCA era, and then the resilience as an answer to crisis. Finally, we'll talk a little bit about counseling crisis, building resilience through counseling crisis, as what you requested. Basically, I'm the current president of the Malaysian Counseling Association, and I am working very closely with the APKIN, Association of Bimbingan and Counseling Indonesia. And in fact, we have already established the ASEAN Counseling Network, or we call it ASCON. I have been to Universitas Jakarta, if I'm not mistaken. And Alhamdulillah, again, today, we managed to be together in this intellectual discourse. And I'm very happy to meet you all. Like, before I go on, let us take a quick look at some of the episodes of life, and what do we do with this situation. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. Next one. The first slide, huh? Next. Yeah, one more. Yes. Imagine that you are being visited by parents of students who are bankrupt. The parents are bankrupt. In bahasa Indonesia, bankrupt ya. Bankrupt meaning tidak punya uang lagi ya. Tidak ada sumber pendapatan lagi. And decide that their child needs to drop from school. Nah, mengambil keputusan, memberitahu pada Anda, anak mereka tidak boleh bersekolah lagi, karena tidak punya uang lagi. Sekolah ini maksudnya bukan sekolah SMD, SMA, even going to university is going to school, yeah. So you just imagine the amount of sadness, pain, and also emotional destruction that this family are having, and more over to the children, melalui this. Yeah? So as a counselor, how do you help these people? How do you help them to go on and move on with what they have in hand when they are claiming that they are in this situation and this position? Of course, as a counselor, you don't give money. Okay, I give you some money and you continue. It's not going to be the answer. But again, this is one situation of crisis faced by the family as well as the students that you have. One scenario. You think about it. Number two, another scenario. Next scenario. The technical, please follow me. Next scenario, please. All right. This is the second scenario I'm giving you. How will you respond if your school area was hit by a disaster? Example, flood, or maybe a landslide, or maybe something else, some other disaster, a natural disaster, and it caused the school to close down. And maybe worse than that, you have some element of loss of life. So how will you respond to the parents, to the students? Of course, they are all in trauma, and also this traumatic experience and episode will be also faced by the the teachers, the workers, and in fact, the entire community. So how are we going to help them to go on to face this situation? So this is another scenario I'm giving. I'm going to give you quite a lot here. So bear with me. Next, if a student comes to you and say, I am very devastated because my mother has passed away, what will you do? Being a counselor, as a counselor, what will you do? And how do you respond to this? And for sure, if you notice the situation that this student is facing, there is an element of breakdown. There is an element of giving up, and a strong element of frustration, of course, because devastated. So again, this is another challenge for you as a counselor to deal with. Next. Another scenario, if tonight, after we have this conference, the minister announced that schools will implement a new curriculum next year, how will you react? This could be an element of management, the curriculum management, but the changes, the parents, the students, the teachers, everyone will be affected. And again, this is another situation that can cause havoc, that can also influence the emotions, the psychological stability of our potential clients around us. So how do you deal with this? Okay, we have another scenario. Well, we have a very bitter experience on COVID-19 for the last 3 years, 2020, 21. And eventually we managed to come to a situation of endemic after the pandemic, and they have lost the whole world. And all the economic sectors went down and collapsed. And some of them are still affected until today. I'm sure the business people, the business community, and also the public at large who used to have their work employed, and today they lost their job and they have to find a new skills to survive. So if a pandemic like COVID-19 were to come again, are you prepared? What will you do? I don't know in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, since the endemic, we still have COVID cases. Of course, during the endemic, COVID cases will be just a new illness that we are going through. But again, when the COVID cases are growing, the number is getting bigger, then again, we will have to live in the new normal. So again, this situation will be a challenge situation. And for a counselor, you might be, approached by one of your clients and talking to you about this issue. What will you do? Then next we have, can we move to the next one? You are behind 2 slides. Technical, please.
To the technical, please.
Technical, please pay attention. I need your help. Next slide. I have spoken about COVID just now. Next one.
Next slide, please, the committee.
Yeah, thank you. Imagine your student suddenly calls you and say that tomorrow you might not see him anymore. What would be your response? This is about suicidal ideation, suicidal attempt, and suicidal issue. Again, this is another situation that will be challenging us. And next one, if suddenly parents come and express anger towards you, informing you that their child has been involved in drugs, narkoba, terlibat dalam kecanduan narkoba due to the influence of their friend, disebabkan oleh pengaruh rakan-rakannya. And you are considered negligent because of it. Dan Anda dituduh sebagai cuai karena tidak memerhatikan perkembangan. How would you respond? So this is another challenge that we as a counselor might be facing. I have gone through this situation, and I think I can easily share with you what is it. So of all of this, next slide. One more. Yes, thank you. So can you analyze all the circumstances that I have shared with you? From all kind of situation, natural disaster, COVID-19, and the pandemic. It can be some other issues, not necessarily to COVID-19, for schooling, about bankruptcy, about social problems, and many more. I believe you have gone through all this. So if that's the case, that all the above that I had mentioned has something to do with crisis. We call it crisis. A person that have gone through. I'm sure all of us have gone through this crisis moment. It's just a matter of whether that crisis is significant or non-significant, manageable or non-manageable, or you are just being ignorant and you sweep it under the carpet and the problem is still there, or what is it? So I'm sure all of you have got this experience. Now when we talk about crisis, technical please. Yes, as I had mentioned earlier, if you don't control the crisis will get bigger. It's just like fire. It starts small, but if you are not in control of this fire, the flame will grow bigger. But if you are in control of the crisis, then the crisis is said to be manageable, and with that, the crisis will end. So, what is crisis then? Next slide, please. What is crisis? Crisis is simply the perception of events or experiences that an individual cannot cope. So you have an issue, and you perceive the issue as something that you can't handle, or you have some experience of an event, and that experience seems to be a bad experience that you have, and you just cannot cope with that in a usual manner. So it's sometimes disrupting your personality as well as posing a threat to yourself. So this is one example of definition of crisis. But basically crisis, kalau kita lihat secara umum, ialah satu keadaan di mana kita berhadapan dengan dugaan, cobaan yang mencabar keupayaan kita untuk berhadapan dengannya. Dan dalam keadaan tertentu kita tidak mampu untuk berdaya tindak. You cannot cope. Berdaya tindak terhadap krisis yang dialami. It was the crisis that the issues that you are going through. And crisis can be can vary from one to another. Krisis ini berbeda-beda antara satu sama lain. Untuk individu A, krisisnya barangkali hanya setakat kehilangan uang 100.000, tetapi nggak apa-apa, ya. Boleh dicari lagi, diminta. Tapi kepada individu B, kalau hilang uang sebanyak itu merupakan satu seksaan baginya karena sangat sukar untuk mendapatkan sejumlah itu. Dan itulah saja uang yang ada untuk membeli sesuatu yang sangat-sangat diperlukan. Jadi tentunya berbeda. Apatah lagi kalau dalam situasi-situasi krisis yang lain yang saya yakin all of you can think about it. So, if that is the issue, then let us take a quick look. The basic element asas of a crisis, dalam sebuah krisis. Pertamanya, seperti yang saya mention di awal tadi, a stressful situation, satu keadaan yang sangat menekan. Yang apabila kita kata stressful, meaning stres ini bagus, ya. Kalau tidak ada stres, kita tidak boleh bisa hidup untuk menangani kehidupan kita. Tapi stressful situation sehingga menyebabkan kita tidak mampu menguruskan diri sendiri, itu sudah menjadi negative situation. So, sebab itulah kita bisa banyak bercakap tentang stress management. Ya. Dan some of you have your natural way of managing your stress. Ya. Ada yang punya kemampuan itu sendiri untuk menguruskan tekanan-tekanan diri, ya, atau tekanan ke diri, urusan ke diri, diuruskan sendiri. Dalam keadaan tertentu, dan kita punya sumber, you have resources to help yourself to manage stress. Some of you are getting very strong support from the family, so whatever stressful situation you are having, you can lean on your family. Some of you are having a very strong support from your good friends around you, from your relatives. And in school situation, you have a strong support from the school teachers, as well as strong support from the counselors. So, but the basic element of crisis is still stressful situation, and it depends how you manage your stressful situation. Second element of basic crisis is the difficulty in coping, mempunyai kesukaran dalam berdaya tindak. Some of you, some of us might need help how to cope with situation, and sometimes the help that you need is just a small help, but it's a big and a very meaningful help to other people. When you talk about difficulty in coping, it doesn't mean that you cannot cope, but you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the skill how to cope, or you don't have the guidance how to cope with the problem that you have. Or maybe you have it in mind, but you are not confident whether what you are going to do is going to be an action that is correct. So again, kesukaran atau kesusahan dalam berdaya tindak merupakan elemen asas dalam krisis juga. And of course, the third one ialah the timing of the intervention. Ketika mana, kapan waktunya untuk ada intervensi. Karena setiap kali kita punya situasi krisis, intervensi sering menjadi penting dan berada dalam keadaan yang segera, the urgency. So that's why on the basis of a normal living life, we need to deal with our stress every day and there and then. Sebab itu juga dalam counseling kita bercakap tentang here and now, sekarang, di sini dan sekarang. Dan kalau kita amalkan perkara-perkara seperti ini dalam kehidupan, di intervention yang bersifat urgent here and now, maka kita dapat menangani isu-isu kasus dengan baik. Itulah yang kita ajari kepada kaunselor-kaunselor untuk membantu kliennya untuk melihat perkara-perkara ini sebagai perkara asas. Bukan saja waktu berada dalam intervention, waktu dalam mendapat pertolongan, tetapi celik akal yang kita andaikan, the insight that we expect for our client to bring home after seeing us being a professional counselor. So I refer to Jalaluddin Mudaya, but you can a lot of other things. But this is what I have. I have been speaking quite a lot about crisis because I used to be in the crisis team. Waktu just a little bit of sharing. Waktu kapal terbang Malaysia MH370 hilang, terbang dari bandara Kuala Lumpur menghala ke Beijing, tetapi beberapa minit selepas itu tidak dapat dikesani, hilang sampai hari ini. Dan ini merupakan satu krisis baru untuk negara. Waktu itu saya merupakan kepala kantor di Jabatan Kerajaan menjaga pengurusan psikologi negara. Dan saya mengetuai pasukan dipanggil Malaysian Crisis Intervention Team, MCIT. Dan kami berhadapan dengan next of kin ataupun keluarga kepada mereka yang hilang. Dan kehilangan ini menjadi sangat sukar untuk ditangani kerana ia merupakan kehilangan yang bersifat ambiguous ataupun ambiguity. Kehilangan yang tidak ada kepastian ke mana. Dan waktu ketika itu juga berbagai fake news keluar yang mengatakan ada di sana, ada di sini, jumpa situ, jumpa sini, lalu sana. But all in all, you will see the amount of frustration, the amount of sadness faced by the family and all kind of demands. So this is an example of crisis. And there we learn about grief and loss crisis, maknanya kehilangan. Ada dalam isu kehilangan, grief and loss ini, agak bukan saya bilang saya andaikan senang, it's not that easy to get along. But in these issues, I learned that kehilangan yang tidak pasti berbanding dengan kehilangan yang pasti lebih mudah membantu klien menguruskan kehilangan yang pasti. Misalnya kematian. Dan kematian itu diuruskan jenazahnya, dikapankan, dikebumikan, dan ditalkimkan. Dan kita nampaklah waktu nisanya, kuburnya, tandanya sudah di. Maknanya keluarga terdekat melalui satu proses grief and loss. Grief and loss ini akan menjadi lebih terkesan sekiranya cara pemergian orang yang disayangi itu berada dalam keadaan yang sangat traumatik. Misalnya dalam satu accident, kemalangan jalan raya, hilang sebagian anggota. Berbanding dengan kehilangan yang tak tahu di mana. Agak sukar. So this is one experience that I have learned from the MH370, and also, but we have two aeroplanes issues in Malaysia. We have MH370 hilang, satu lagi MH17 tapi ditembak jatuh di Eropah. Yang itu grief and loss crisis berlaku, tetapi dapat diuruskan oleh next of kin yang baik kerana ada majlis pengkebumian yang dibawa kembali pulang, sebahagian daripada cebisan jenazahnya itu dibawa dan diberikan penghormatan untuk majlis pengkebumian. So that is one example of crisis. Keduanya anxiety crisis, krisis yang melibatkan kebimbangan, bimbang. So ini merupakan satu lagi ancaman baru, dan dalam dunia moden ini anxiety crisis menjadi lebih ketara, lebih nyata. You can see this anxiety crisis among the teenagers, for example. Dan anxiety crisis ini memang bisa banyak berlaku among anak remaja, Kerana the fact that sifat ataupun the nature of teenagers itu sebagai satu zaman storm and stress, dan kalau storm and stress tahun 60, 70, 80-an, the coping strategies agak mudah. Tetapi zaman storm and stress zaman sekarang, ya tahun 2020, agak berbeza kerana there's a lot of technological advancements yang menyumbang kepada how the anxiety takes place, ya, and how you cope with anxiety. Dan kebanyakannya coping anxiety with anxiety itu sangat di luar kawalan. Dan ini menyebabkan kadang-kadang kita berhadapan dengan isu-isu yang menjurus kepada tingkah laku yang tidak diingini. Then we have the depression crisis. The depression also, again, of course, you can see this depression during COVID-19. So much so, not only not being able to be out of the house, but to be in a position, in a situation that you are not being able to socialize. And then another issue that you are not being able to work, you're not being able to get some food on the table, you are not being able to do a lot of things. Yang ini menyebabkan depression. Belum lagi isu-isu yang melibatkan hubungan antara perorangan. Tetapi kasus-kasus yang dihadapi setiap hari in your daily life, this can be another example of crisis. And we have the suicidal issue, suicide crisis, yang ingin suicidal ideation, bermula dengan suicidal ideation, bergerak pada suicidal attempt, dan akhirnya suicide. Jadi ini merupakan satu lagi isu-isu yang berlegar dalam dunia counseling psikologi untuk kita sama-sama tangani, bagi melihat bagaimana resiliensi itu dapat membantu menangani keempat-empat isu saya sebutkan di atas. Of course, the crisis of rape victims and unwanted pregnancies ini merupakan satu lagi lah. Yang ini barangkali bukan isu baru, isu yang sudah lama dibincangkan dalam persada ilmu, tetapi still this remain as one of the issues. Dan tentulah banyak lagi. I'm just giving you some major example here so that you can think about it. So now we are talking about resilience as an answer to the crisis. Apakah jawapannya kepada krisis ini? Tambah lagi dalam kita berada di era VUCA. Jadi tentunya bila kita bercakap resilient ataupun daya tahan, tadi coping daya tindak, resilient ialah daya tahan. Next slide please. Sudah lama tertinggal itu, jauh lagi. Satu lagi. Okey. Sekarang, okey, yang ada batu besar itu. Thank you. What skills are needed to overcome, a crisis? Apakah kemahiran yang perlu untuk menangani krisis? So tentulah jawapan utamanya ialah resilient ataupun daya tahan. Gambar itu hanya menggambarkan how strong you are. If you have a strong sense of resiliency, you will be able to, to cope with all kind of pressures that you have, all kind of crises that we have. Of course, we are not perfect, sometimes here and there. And for the Muslim especially, we have our strongest source of getting help and to develop our sense of reality that is from our dua that is going to be makbul by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because Allah say, whenever you are in need of help, ask from me and keep asking. I will give you the best at the right time. If I don't give you, if Allah don't give us, that doesn't mean Allah, is punishing you. Is purposely putting you into trouble. but Allah knows that you can manage that. And Allah will help you when Allah knows that you cannot take it anymore. That is why we are given the sense of ability to think, to cope, to be able to speak to other people, to be able to open up our mind, to be able to look at things positively, to be able to collaborate with other people, and to be able to do many, many, many other things. So that is another perspective of looking at our element of resiliency. Next slide, please. The resilience is the process, I'm going to repeat, is the process and outcome of successful adapting to difficulties. Satu proses ataupun penghasilan daripada kejayaan menyesuaikan diri dengan kesusahan or challenging life experience, ataupun menyesuaikan diri dengan pengalaman-pengalaman yang mencabar kehidupan, especially melalui mental, emotional, dan behavioral flexibility and adjustment, melalui keanjalan dan keupayaan dari perspektif kognitif kita, dari perspektif emosi kita, dan of course dari psikologi, because this is all psychology. This is our subject matter as a counselor yang berasaskan psikologi. And adjustment to external and internal demand. Ada permintaan-permintaan luaran, ada permintaan-permintaan dalaman. Kita sendiri pun punya permintaan sendiri. You would like to have this, you ada your preference, you ada your interest, you ada things that you feel good about it. Dan you ada juga external demand. The external demand might come from number one, your family, number two, your friends, number three, your environment. So these are all demands, and people who knows you, people that you are interacting, this will be all the demand, the situation that you are in. If you are in the university, so the external demand will be a lot more, from your lecturers, from your friends, from your even your kekasih, my friend. Not to forget from the families. I don't think families are, going to be the main source yang menekan kita. Tetapi kadang-kadang the clashes between internal and external demands menyebabkan sumbangan. Also the clashes between what you call as what you can do and what you want to do is also a contributing factors that leads to our sense of successful situation. So with that, next, I have 5 minutes more. Elements of crisis resilience. So it is like a continuum from one extreme to another. And the current state is preparedness. How prepared are we to face the situation? And the agility, keanjalan, redundancy, and elasticity. Elasticity berapa lama kita boleh bertahan. Nah, redundancy itu untuk kita menjadi lebih resilient, maka elemen of redundancy perlu ada diulang-ulang, kekuatan-kekuatan kita itu dimantapkan lagi, dan akhirnya kita boleh menangani resilient. We manage to take care of our crisis well. Of course, crisis sometimes cannot be overcome and managed by your personal self. So you simply need someone. Who is that someone? The counselors. That's my answer to you, because the counselors are well trained to conduct counseling crisis or crisis counseling. So let us take a quick look at the what is counseling crisis all about. Next slide, please. Next. The idea behind counseling, behind crisis counseling, is to help people, ialah untuk membantu. Ya. Asasnya crisis counseling crisis ini ialah untuk membantu klien kita fokus kepada situasi-situasi yang memberi tekanan dan menganggap ianya sebagai satu keperluan yang segera untuk ditangani, serta kita mengajari atau membimbing mereka untuk berdaya tindak, mempunyai kemahiran untuk berdaya tindak supaya mereka boleh menguruskan perkara yang sama atau situasi yang berbeza di masa hadapan. So it is really a learning process that we provide. Ya. Sebab itu dalam dunia counseling itu kita panggil guidance and counseling. Ya. Guidance and counseling meaning that we have prepared a strong package of helping strategies to our client, so that our client can use that strategy, the skill in the current situation that they are facing, as well as the future situation that they are going to go through. So with that, we just take a quick look at the situations that can be reflected as an indication of crisis. Of course, you can have a lot more from other resources, but I'm picking up from the AC in 2021 to share with you during the World Conference on the entitled "Breaking Through Barriers to Provide Effective Crisis Support." So I think you can agree with all this. I will just go through real quick from the mental perspective. You can see this element of slowed or racing thought, fearful thoughts, disorientation, memory problems, blaming self or others, illogical thinking, flashbacks coming in, intrusive thoughts, poor judgment, and poor concentration. These are all involving the mental aspect of indication to crisis. From the emotional aspect, of course, you can see the anxiousness or the nervousness of the person, and you observe anxiousness and nervousness also from the physical responses later. The guilt or regret, this sense of guilt or regret, fear, grief, denial, depression, or sadness. Please move to the next slide. Technical. Hello, technical. Oh my goodness, please. Thank you. Isolation or loneliness, anger. I'm talking about emotional indication of crisis. Yeah, and anger or irritability, rasa marah ataupun tidak senang dengan keadaan, hopelessness, ya, tidak mempunyai harapan, helplessness, merasa diri tidak boleh melakukan apa-apa, numbness and so on. So that is from the emotional indication. And if we are looking from the behavioral indication, of course, crying spell, menangis yang tidak ada hentinya, ya. Changes in activity level, perubahan dalam tahap activity, withdrawal from others, ya, menjauhkan diri, menyendiri, dan substance use or misuse, menggunakan bahan ataupun menyalahgunakan bahan. Ada dua perkara yang berbeza. Menggunakan bahan misalnya mengambil obat-obatan yang merasakan akan dapat menguruskan kerisauan dan sebagainya. Tetapi mengambil obat-obatan itu akan melarat menjadi misuse, menyalahgunakan bahan. Dalam narkoba begitulah, ya. Bahan narkoba, mengambil drug, kemudian akhirnya menyalahgunakan dadah atau narkoba itu. Easily startled, sangat mudah untuk conflict with others, ya, mempunyai konflik dengan orang lain. Changes in self-care, perubahan dalam penjagaan diri, ya, tidak menguruskan diri dengan baik. termasuklah hygiene dan sebagainya. Changes in social patterns of activity, perubahan dalam pola-pola sosial dan juga aktiviti sosial, and changes in productivity. You can see this very well. If you are an employer, you can see what happened to your employees from the behavioral perspective. These behavioral indication is very observable. And of course, from the physical indications, these are some of the examples of physical indications such as nausea, upset stomach, upset, tremors, sweating, chill, diarrhea, dizziness, sleeping concern, and headaches, rapid breathing. So looking at all these responses as a counselor, it will be an opportunity for you to go through all these indications. And of course, you can't see the indication, all the indication at one time, but it will be interrelated from mental, emotional, behavioral, and physical. And when we have our session with the client, these are the things that you can look for. And but you don't create this to the client. We are observing. Some of the observation may derive from the communication that we have, the interaction that we have, and also the exploration process that you have. Then you move on to the second stage of counseling, and third stage, and end up with intervention, and eventually you summarize everything to help your client to bring home the new ideas and new skills for their coping strategies. Next slide. Sharing it with you just a simple step that you can do, and I believe all of you have studied this in your in a degree counseling. It is not something new for you. This is just a reminder, a revision for you. Yeah. So one, of course, in conducting crisis counseling, you have stages. It begins with defining the problems. So, of course, before you define the problem, you will go through all these counseling steps. You begin with rapport, because a person who are in the trouble, if they don't get someone, a counselor whom they trust to talk to, or they feel good about talking to, then you cannot proceed to the next stage. You can't even define the problem. So, being said that, counseling crisis, this is the stages, but the process of counseling is still the normal process that we have in conducting a clinical work counseling. And you have a second step to ensure the safety of your clients. Some of them, they feel threatened with even what they share with you based on the cases that they are going through. Step 3 is where we want to ensure and send a message to our client that we are providing the best, strongest support that we can. And step 4, you work with a client to examine the alternative that they can do. Like the first one, let's say we have gone bankrupt and my children has to stop school. So what are the alternatives that we can go? We can explore, and we can take it as the potential steps to go through the situation. After going through all that, after examining all the alternatives, we go to step 5 and making plans with the client. Not your plan, but the client plan. So that the plan that we make is a reasonable plan, doable, manageable, not a plan that has an element of fantasy that you cannot achieve, you can't even implement. And of course, the final step of crisis is the commitment, of conducting all the steps that we have discussed. So, having said that, there are 4 skills. Next slide. Next slide. There are 4 skills that we use during this counseling crisis. Number 1 is validating. Kita mengesahkan bahwa ya memang benar inilah yang sedang diharapkan oleh klien kita. Second, we need to come up with the strong identity of the client, helping the client to gain strength to develop a strong person, because this is about resiliency. This is all injecting the component of resiliency into the client. And then empathetic responses. These 2 skills is needed for the counselors. Empathetic responses. That is why when we learn a basic counseling skill, empathetic responses ni dia dipelajari secara mendalam ya, karena empathetic responses ni punya tahap-tahapnya. Tahap 1 empathetic response, tahap 1 empathetic response, tahap 2, tahap 3, tahap 4, begitu. Semakin dalam dan berasaskan juga kepada keupayaan ataupun kematangan klien kita yang sedang kita uruskan. Dia berbeda-beda. Tetapi paraphrasing ini agak umum digunakan. Kadang-kadang kita mengambil mudah paraphrasing ini sebagai sesuatu yang agak biasa, tidak punya kekuatan. Mind you, paraphrasing, that is why dalam counseling ya, kemahiran counseling itu dinyatakan dengan tepat, dinyatakan berkali-kali bahwa kita perlu punyai kemahiran parafrasa. Karena parafrasa itu merupakan kekuatan yang boleh mengukuhkan kepahaman, bukan kepahaman kita semata-mata, kepahaman klien terhadap isu yang dihadapinya. Seringkali klien ataupun our client are not able to identify their own problems until we bring up this issue through our paraphrasing technique. So it is a very, very important, although it's basic skill. Next slide. Persistent and resilient only come from having been given the chance to work through difficult problems. So itulah kita kata, challenges, difficulties, we have to help our client to look all this as an opportunity. It's not a burden. Kesusahan yang ada ini merupakan satu peluang untuk kita berhadapan untuk menguruskan. Bukan semua orang mempunyai peluang-peluang ini. Ada orang yang bisa keluar daripada kesusahan karena ini merupakan peluang untuk menanganinya, untuk ditangani. Dan peluang inilah yang menjadikan kita lebih dewasa, lebih matang. Jadi ini ialah pandangan-pandangan yang boleh kita semai dan suburkan dalam membantu memantapkan daya tahan. Jadi saya kira saya berakhir di sini ya, sudah hampir, sudah habis 40 menit. Cuma kalau bisa dikongsikan slide ini ya, tentang Mrs. Thompson yang membantu berhenti mengajar tapi mendidik anak muridnya. Apa bisa dimainkan, Tanika? Next slide. Boleh? Bukan yang ini. Yang tadi, yang dalam slide yang kosong. Yang ini selepas ini nanti. Masih pada slide itu bisa ada movie di situ. Selepas slide, the next slide. Bisa main? Okay. Making a different movie. Okay, you can play that. boleh main ya? Oh, again. Kalau ada isu Putri nggak apa kita tahu sama tak perlu.
Alright.
Kalau
Okay.
tak ada,
Okay.
saya cuma video yang satu lagi tadi yang saya titipkan standing alone together. Kalau bisa
Okay.
dimainkan.
Okay.
Yang ini.
The video, the technical, perkama.
Standing
There is-
alone together.
The other one.
The one that yang 7 mula tadi itu. Bisa oke kah Putri? Bisa? Punya masa
Wait.
sedikit?
We have a time for that, Doctor.
Okay, this one.
Okay.
This is the song on Alone but Together.
I am alone. I am alone. I am alone. I'm on my own. I'm on my own. All on my own. But we're in this together. And so we're not alone.
Ya, ditulis oleh istri saya itu, Datin Mazia. She's the lecturer of English, professor of English. Dia yang kompos, saya yang nyanyi. Semuanya pelajar counseling yang nyanyi itu.
Have you ever had to stand all forlorn on shifting sand?
No one beside you, no one to guide you,
Just no one to hold your hand. Feels like life's a frightening dream. Feels we're cut off from the stream.
of people in fear, afraid to come near.
Can you hear my silent scream? Stick to your past, stick to your past, stick to your space, stick to your space. Keep your distance, just keep your place. No, we can't touch, no, we can't touch, no, we can't hold, no, we can't hold. Good friends or strangers, both young and old. But remember, others like you are going through it too. So we're there with one another, and we stand alone together. Must have walls may stay a while, but I still see your smile. We will face and cheer each other as we stand alone together. Yes, we stand alone together. I can't take your hand, my friend, but I can touch your heart. We will ride the stormy weather, standing alone together. If you ever have to stand all forlorn on shifting sand, just know that somewhere we are all out there. We will reach our higher land. For alone and together we stand.
Okay, thank you.
It was a
Itu saja
nice
dari
song,
saya.
Doctor. Send
I
my
hope
prayers to your
terhibur
wife.
dengan lagunya.
Yes, of course. Oke, terima kasih banyak, Dokter. we're going to move to the question and answer. Is it okay for you, Doctor?
Yeah, whatever I can.
Okay. We have one question from Natania. The question is how to plan preventive strategy to deal with a crisis and prevent similar failures in the future.
I'm sorry, the line was not clear. How to prevent?
How to prevent similar failures,
Similar
kegagalan
failure.
yang sama in the future.
Kegagalan yang sama. Okay. All right. You know, sometimes we have clients who come to us and keep telling us that, you know, dia sudah coba, banyak kali coba, masih gagal. Ya? Sebab itulah bila kita buat planning ataupun dalam quote unquote treatment plan, there is a treatment plan that we work with our clients. This treatment plan ni kena plannya yang bisa dilakukan dan dia mesti bersifat dipanggil progresif, ya. Progresif maknanya yang mampu dilakukan melalui step yang tertentu. Ada orang yang bisa melakukan lompatan quantum leap, ya, dipanggil quantum leap, terus boleh melakukan perkara yang sangat jauh berbeda dengan keupayaan biasa. Dia jadi luar biasa. Ya. Tetapi ada orang biasa-biasa aja. Ya. Kalau dibantu itu tidak boleh, karena keupayaannya berbeda-beda. Ada orang yang mempunyai keupayaan intelektual yang tinggi tetapi tidak punya keupayaan emosi yang tinggi. Maka our expectation kadang-kadang terbawa-bawa dengan keupayaan dapat dia student yang bagus, selalu dapat markah tinggi. Tentulah dia bisa buat itu dan ini. Enggak, ya. That's wrong. So that is why it is the skill of the counselor to explore the strength, the inner strength of our client. They can be very strong intellectually, but they are very weak emotionally. So these are the things that we need to observe. Of course, many more. And to be, untuk ringkasnya begitu, kita perlu melihat kalau similar failure, maksudnya kita belum berjaya meneroka keupayaan sebenar dan kita kena kembali. And the counselor has to accept that we also do the same thing. We fail to provide a better treatment plan because we fail to look at other perspective of the individual ability. So that will be my answer. You can have more question if you want.
Okay. One question more, Doctor, from Zidna. What is the solution to overcome situations where individuals may experience identity conflicts due to this VUCA era?
Okay. So basically kita kena menerima hakikat identity conflict ni ada pada semua orang, ya. Dia merupakan salah satu pada proses perkembangan kita, ya. As you grow up, ya, from a small little child to early teenagers to early adulthood, you will have to go through this identity crisis. Ya. Whether that identity crisis is something very obvious affecting you or not. Ya. So again, if we are talking about bagaimana membangunkan, sebab itulah kita kata program preventif. Kalau kita counselor di sekolah, kadang-kadang kita nunggu aja ada problem baru kita ada intervensi. That is totally wrong for the school teacher. Our school counselor ni dia peran yang pertama ialah menggunakan asas perkembangan, developmental approach. Maksudnya ialah kita perlu membangunkan strategi-strategi prevention before they fall into the problem. So kalau preventif itu banyak melihat kepada persediaan untuk memastikan perkembangannya berlaku dengan baik. Sebab itulah kita panggil developmental assets. So dalam developmental asset ni kalau kita ikuti penulisan dari beberapa sarjanawan sekolah, if you are familiar with risk factor versus protective factor, so dalam developmental asset itu ada 40 aset. Setiap manusia ini mempunyai 40 aset. Saya tidak berdebat tentang agama, tentunya ada di dalam itu. Tetapi a normal person seperti Putri, seperti yang bertanya, seperti dosen-dosen yang ada, seperti mahasiswa yang ada sekian, kita punya tidak kurang daripada 50% of the development, mana 20 aset perkembangan itu telah ada. Dan you akan menjadi lebih bagus lagi sekiranya aset perkembangan itu dibangunkan sampai menghampiri 40. No one is perfect, but the more the development the asset that you have, the better person you are. Jadi itulah yang perlu dipelajari. So ada peluang nanti kita bisa bicara tentang developmental asset. Itu dulu jawaban saya setakat ini.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Maybe one last question.
Okay.
Okay, from Listiani. So the question is, how do you apply crisis counseling to reduce trauma in children and adolescents who experience trauma during their childhood?
Okay. Trauma during the childhood. Maybe being a counselor, you have to have a strong foundation of theoretical knowledge, because you are talking about the past experience, pengalaman masa lampau. Dan dalam bidang keilmuan kita memang ada scholars yang menjurus kepada masa lampau, kan? Tak lain tak bukan itu Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud itu jangan dilihat sebagai seorang psikologis yang gila gitu ya, yang mengatakan manusia ini is a sinful creature. Tetapi Sigmund Freud banyak berbicara tentang aspek-aspek perkembangan seksual dalam menentukan siapa dia di hujungnya. Nevertheless, itu bukanlah asas utama yang perlu dibawa, karena ia perlu juga seiringan dengan kepercayaan agama yang kita anuti. Jangan ada pertentangan yang di situ. Ilmu itu tetap berguna selagi ia boleh membantu kita mencerahkan dan memahami perjalanan hidup seseorang. So ada orang yang mempunyai pengalaman masa lampau waktu kanak-kanak mengalami trauma, didera dan sebagainya, ataupun kehilangan di awal usia dan sebagainya. Yang ini ya tentunya akan datang kembali. Sebab itulah ada istilah flash dalam hidup kita. Sebab itulah dalam sakit penyakit mental, dalam apa namanya di SM4 dan Diagnostic Statistic of Manual itu ada dinyatakan penyakit-penyakit ini yang akhirnya boleh menjadi keluar kembali menjadi cerita baru dari cerita lama. So what do we do being a counselor? Are we going to work on what happened to you last time, or are we going to work on the basis of here and now, who you are? So we are talking about what is your achievement, apa kejayaan-kejayaan yang telah kita lalui sekarang ini. Bagaimana kita membangunkan lagi achievement itu sehingga menjadikan who we are right now. Sebab kalau kita banyak bersandar kembali kepada yang lepas-lepas, kita akan membawa kembali memori-memori yang menyakitkan, yang tidak akan membantu banyak. Yang membantu banyak ialah menyenaraikan, melihat, investigate the small little success that you have got now to be the new asset, aset-aset yang menjadi kekuatan kepada perkembangan dirinya. Dan disitulah kita boleh bermula eksplorasi kita nanti. So of course pengetahuan pada perkembangan masa lampau mempunyai sumbangan dalam kita menentukan teknik dan taktik serta pendekatan untuk menolong itu. Oke?
Oke, terima kasih dokter atas jawabannya. Maybe would you like to say a few words to the participants for the closing?
Ya, saya doakan agar semua partisipan berjaya dalam ilmu ini dan mempunyai advokasi swadiri yang kukuh. Sebab advokasi swadiri itu yang menentukan whether you are going to be a successful counselor. There are three things. Number one, how much you believe about yourself being a person. Do you believe that you can be somebody? Do you believe that you can go far? Do you believe that you can do wonders? Dan yang keduanya, how much you believe about the knowledge that you have chosen to be your field of study. Adakah kita percaya bahwa bidang ilmu yang kita pilih ini merupakan bidang ilmu yang akan membantu manusia menjadi manusia, manusia menjadi kekal menjadi manusia dan boleh membawa perubahan dan kebaikan. Yang ketiganya ialah how much you believe about your ability from the knowledge that you apply to help other people. Hasil daripada kerja kita, kalau kita kata counseling ini tidak berapa bagus sebenarnya, tapi saya mau bilang macam mana saya sudah belajar, saya kerjanya ini. Kalau itu yang berlaku, maka hari ini buat surat letak jawatan, jangan jadi counselor, cari kerja lain. So
Right.
self advocacy. Alright, wish you all the best, dan saya doakan Allah
Amin, amin.
mempermudahkan segala perjalanan hidup.
Amin, amin. Thank you so much, Doctor. We're really sorry for all the convenience of the technical matters today. Stay healthy and thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have in the end of the all sessions, but I think I see Florence still in this room. Thank you so much, Florence, for staying here until now. Hopefully all the materials that the speakers, from the first speaker until the last speaker, we can implement it in our professional life as professional counselor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after the session ended, we are going to break for about 30 minutes, and after that, the presenters are going to enter the breakout rooms to continue the parallel session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we remind you to fill in the attendance form that the committee will send it to the chat box later. Thank you. My apologies for all the mistakes I made during the sessions. I hope we take some positive thoughts from this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I will return it to Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mutari. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we have now come to the end of the second annual International Conference Guidance and Counseling 2023, Reimagining Guidance and Counseling in the VUCA Era, Navigating Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity in Education. On behalf of the committee, we would like to thank you to Insinyur Wafid Dinarto, MSI, as Vice Rector, Tutut Dewi Astuti, SE, MSI, AKC, ACTA, as Vice Rector, Nuri, SPD, SI, MPDS, and Acting Dean, Lucky Kurniawan, MPD, as Head of Guidance and Counseling Department. Our speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Sunario Kartadinata, MPD, Honorable Datuk Dr. Abdul Halim bin Muhsin, Honorable Professor David Evan, PhD, Honorable Florence Osoufa, PhD. Our moderator, Ms. Putri Milenia, distinguished guests, and all participants.
Also, on behalf of the committee, we would like to apologize for any inconvenience during the conference, and we are hoping that from the conference, all of us can achieve great understanding on strategies to overcome the present-day crisis and seek an opportunity to lead the educational and counseling practice. After this, we have a parallel session, and before we are continue to the parallel session, let me announce some important information. First, for participants who have registered for the certificate, we will send the certificate within 7 working days through your registered email. Any question about the certificate, please contact us through our committee. Secondly, we would like to remind all of participants to fill the attendance form after parallel session. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are break for 1 hour, 11:30 until 12:30. After that, we are joining back to the main room. We will continue our conference to the parallel session. Thank you very much for your attention.
Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh BAN PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa entrepreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa entrepreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Siswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh Ban PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program studi bimbingan dan konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh Ban PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh BAN PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik, dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh BAN PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh Ban PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa edupreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh BAN PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa entrepreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh BAN PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedianya penduduk usia produktif dalam jumlah besar ini perlu dipersiapkan sejak dini dengan penyediaan sistem pendidikan yang baik. Penambahan jumlah sekolah, penambahan guru, serta peluang kerja yang besar bagi guru bimbingan dan konseling yang akan mendampingi psikologi siswa di sekolah. Mari bergabung bersama kami untuk berkontribusi dalam dunia pendidikan guna mewujudkan cita-cita Indonesia Emas 2045. Program studi bimbingan dan konseling adalah bagian dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Sebagai salah satu universitas ternama di Yogyakarta yang telah berdiri sejak 1985, UMBY menjadi pilihan terbaik untukmu mengembangkan karir dalam dunia pendidikan dan konseling. Visi kami menjadi program studi yang unggul dan bermutu dalam bidang bimbingan dan konseling, serta menghasilkan lulusan yang berlandaskan ketakwaan, berjiwa entrepreneurship, dan berwawasan internasional pada tahun 2029. Lulusan program studi bimbingan konseling dirancang dan dipersiapkan guna menjadi guru bimbingan dan konseling atau konselor yang profesional di masa depan. Meski begitu, lulusan Prodi BK Mercu Buana juga dapat bekerja di berbagai sektor seperti guru bimbingan dan konseling yang profesional di PAUD, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK, praktek konseling mandiri, praktisi bimbingan konseling dan komunitas, praktisi bimbingan dan konseling SDM, konsultan pendidikan, trainer di bidang pendidikan, motivator di bidang pendidikan, widya iswara, support teacher, developer media bimbingan dan konseling, dan peneliti di bidang pendidikan. Tenaga pengajar di program studi bimbingan dan konseling berasal dari perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia dan dunia untuk menjamin kualitas pendidikan yang akan diperoleh oleh para mahasiswa. Selama kuliah, mahasiswa tidak hanya dibekali dengan teori, melainkan juga dengan praktik di kampus dan kemudian praktik langsung di lapangan. Pendidikan di UMBY dirancang untuk menumbuh kembangkan kreativitas mahasiswa dan telah dikembangkan berdasarkan konsep OBE atau Output Based Education. Program studi juga telah dilengkapi dengan jurnal ilmiah internasional yang nantinya akan digunakan untuk menampung artikel ilmiah hasil karya mahasiswa. Mahasiswa akan dibekali fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang kelancaran proses belajar dan aktualisasi diri seperti perpustakaan, masjid kampus, free wifi di seluruh area kampus, lapangan basket, lapangan futsal, dan masih banyak lagi. Mahasiswa juga akan diberi banyak alternatif kegiatan dalam unit kegiatan mahasiswa untuk pengembangan diri baik soft skill maupun hard skill. Kenapa harus memilih program studi bimbingan dan konseling Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta? Institusi program studi terakreditasi B oleh BAN PT, staf pengajar lulusan terbaik, dan berpredikat cum laude dari universitas ternama. Laboratorium bimbingan dan konseling terintegrasi UPT LBK yang terstandar dan menunjang proses perkuliahan. Kurikulum dirancang berdasarkan kerangka kualifikasi nasional Indonesia atau KKNI dan disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan lapangan serta era super smart society. Sistem perkuliahan menggunakan tatap muka dengan metode bervariasi dan e-learning yang dapat diakses di mana saja. Kampus strategis, gedung representatif, dan fasilitas memadai. Tersedia beasiswa dari yayasan maupun lembaga pemerintah, berbagai kegiatan mahasiswa yang mendukung pengembangan soft skill, program pengenalan lingkungan persekolah internasional, bekerja sama dengan Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, 104 kerjasama nasional dan 24 kerjasama internasional yang mendukung kegiatan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian. Ayo, tunggu apa lagi? Mari bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Bimbingan dan Konseling Universitas Mercu Buana, Yogyakarta. Di masa depan, Indonesia akan memperoleh bonus demografi yang ditandai dengan jumlah tenaga kerja yang sangat banyak. Tersedia